had been planning the trip for months, slowly assembling everything I thought I might need for a solo weekend in the woods. The cabin itself wasn't far from the nearest small town, but far enough that I could feel completely isolated. I liked the idea of being alone, of having the kind of quiet that made every sound seem sharper, every shadow longer. The thought of leaving my phone behind, even though I carried it for emergencies, was strangely comforting. There was something about the idea of being cut off from the usual hum of life that made my nerves tingle in a way I couldn't fully explain. The drive was long but uneventful. The road narrowed and curved, forcing me to pay close attention to the wheel as trees closed in on both sides, their leaves thick and dark in the late afternoon light. I could smell damp earth and the faint scent of pine as I slowed near a bend and saw the cabin tucked just beyond a small clearing. It was old, a rough-hewn structure that had seen years of weather, its roof sagging slightly in the middle. A narrow wooden porch ran along the front, and the small windows reflected the waning light in a way that made the place look almost alive, even though I knew it wasn't. Parking the car on the uneven ground, I stepped out and let the quiet wash over me. There were no birds singing, no distant dogs barking, just the constant, low rustle of leaves in the wind. I carried my backpack and the small bag of supplies I had packed, noting the uneven boards of the porch under my boots, the rough wood of the cabin walls, the small stone fire pit to the side. Everything felt deliberate, untouched, like it had been waiting for someone to come. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust. It was small, just a single room with a corner kitchen and a loft above that I would use for sleeping. The furnishings were sparse. An old table, a couple of chairs, a thin mattress on a wooden frame, but sturdy, solid, real. I moved through the space, unpacking my bag carefully, setting out the small stove, the pot, the few cans of food I had brought. I checked the fireplace, noting that the ashes from past fires had been cleaned out but not entirely removed. It gave me a sense of history, the kind that made a place feel lived in but not inhabited. As evening fell, the forest outside darkened. Shadows stretched across the cabin walls as the last of the sunlight fell through the windows. I built a small fire in the fireplace, the dry crackle of the wood sounding unervingly loud in the quiet. The wind picked up outside, whistling through gaps in the walls, rattling the loose shutters. I could hear the low groan of the trees swaying, branches scraping against each other. I tried to focus on the comfort of the fire, the solid floor beneath my feet, the knowledge that I had everything I needed. But as the night deepened, the cabin began to feel smaller. The wind sounded closer, sharper, and the creaks of the building, which I had ignored at first, became more pronounced. Every shift of the old boards sounded like someone moving in the dark. I checked the doors and windows carefully, making sure everything was locked, the latches tight, but even knowing they were secure didn't fully remove the feeling of unease. Sleep was difficult. I lay on the thin mattress in the loft, listening to the wind, listening to the forest, listening to the house itself. Every small noise was amplified. The floorboards beneath me settling, a branch scraping against the wall outside, the faint scurry of something moving across the roof. I tried to tell myself it was just the natural sounds of the forest, the normal movements of the cabin, but my heart beat faster every time I thought I heard something different, something deliberate. I woke several times during the night, disoriented by the darkness and the unfamiliar sounds. Each time, I sat up, listening, straining to make out anything through the blackness. Around 3 in the morning, I thought I heard the slow, deliberate crunch of boots or heavy footsteps in the dirt outside, just beyond the clearing. I froze, holding my breath, telling myself it was impossible, that no one could have reached the cabin without making themselves known earlier. Still, I waited, tense, trying to hear anything else. After a few minutes, the sounds stopped, leaving only the wind and the occasional snap of a branch. My pulse eventually slowed, but sleep was impossible after that. When morning finally arrived, it did little to ease the tension. The forest looked entirely different in daylight, bright and full of color, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I inspected the perimeter of the cabin, noting nothing had been disturbed. The fire pit was as I had left it, the path from the car untouched. Still, I couldn't deny the unease gnawing at me. I went about my morning routine, cooking oatmeal on the stove, filling the small water jug, taking note of the details around me to distract my mind, the rough texture of the wood, the faint smell of smoke, the way the light fell across the walls. I decided to explore the surrounding forest, thinking that moving around would calm me. I followed a narrow trail that led from the clearing, stepping carefully over roots and rocks, listening to the forest come alive with the sounds of birds and insects. I noted the subtle signs of wildlife, the small nests, the scratch marks on tree bark, the animal tracks in the soft soil. It was peaceful, almost serene, but even here, the sense of being alone in a place so vast and uncontrolled kept me on edge. As the day wore on, clouds rolled in, thick and gray, muting the sunlight and casting the forest in a dull, cold light. I returned to the cabin earlier than planned, my stomach turning slightly at the thought of the long shadows creeping through the trees. I set about preparing a small fire again, hoping the warmth and light would chase away the unease. But the wind had shifted, stronger now, pushing branches against the cabin walls and rattling the windows. I noticed the sound of water dripping somewhere nearby, though I couldn't immediately locate the source. The afternoon stretched into evening, and the shadows grew long once more. I prepared a simple dinner, careful and deliberate, and watched the fire flicker. The cabin seemed to hold its breath, the silence punctuated only by the occasional groan of the wooden walls. Around dusk, I went outside to fetch more firewood, stepping carefully across the uneven ground. That's when I noticed something that made my heart rate spike. A set of footprints in the soft earth just beyond the clearing. They were fresh, not mine, and led directly toward the cabin. I froze, examining them. They were large, heavy, and unmistakably human. My mind raced. There was no one else in the area, as far as I knew, and the nearest road was far enough away that anyone would have to be deliberately sneaky to reach the cabin. The footprints disappeared into the trees beyond the clearing, leaving me with the undeniable knowledge that someone had been here, close, and had walked right past the cabin. I returned inside quickly, shutting the door and locking it, my hands trembling slightly. I double-checked every window, every latch, every bolt. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting, that the prints could have been old or from someone passing earlier, but the soil was soft and clearly marked. Couldn't ignore it. The rest of the evening passed in a tense haze, every sound amplified, every shadow a potential threat. I stayed near the fireplace, the fire casting long, moving shadows across the walls, making the cabin feel alive in a way that was both comforting and terrifying. Around midnight, the wind picked up again, stronger now, pushing against the cabin with a low, moaning sound. Then I heard it, a deliberate tap, tap, tap on the window near the kitchen. My stomach sank. Someone had been watching, waiting, and now they were signaling their presence. I moved to the window cautiously, careful not to make a sound, and looked outside. Nothing moved in the darkness, only the swaying trees and the shifting shadows. I tried to steady my breathing, telling myself I must be imagining it, that it was just a branch or the wind. But the memory of the footprints made that impossible. I spent the rest of the night in a state of tense vigilance. I didn't sleep, didn't even lie down, sitting near the fire with a heavy flashlight and the small hatchet I had brought as a precaution. Every sound made me jump. Every creak of the cabin or snap of a branch set my heart racing. The hours crawled, the darkness pressing in like a physical weight. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside carefully, scanning the clearing. The footprints were gone, washed away by overnight rain, but the evidence of intrusion left a mark deeper than soil could show. The next day, I decided to leave. I packed slowly, deliberately, checking and double-checking the cabin, making sure nothing had been disturbed, making sure everything was exactly as I had found it. The forest seemed calm in the daylight, but my nerves were frayed, my sense of security shattered. I drove back down the winding road, glancing in the rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see someone following. None appeared. When I reached the nearest town, I stopped at a small gas station, breathing heavily, trying to shake the tension. I knew I was safe now, back among people, back where there were lights and traffic and noise. The cabin, the forest, the footprints, and the tapping on the I never imagined that what was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway in the woods would become one of the most frightening and unforgettable experiences of my life. It began on a bright Friday morning when I decided to drive out to a remote cabin I had rented for a few days. The idea was simple: leave the city behind, spend a few nights in silence, surrounded by the forest, and disconnect from everything. The cabin was advertised as isolated but cozy, a place where I could read, hike, and breathe without the noise of traffic or people. I packed lightly: some food, water, a flashlight, warm clothes, and a small first aid kit. Nothing extravagant. I thought I was prepared. The drive took longer than I expected. The last 20 miles were on a gravel road, narrow and winding, lined with thick trees whose branches bent over the path, creating patches of shadow even in daylight. I kept checking my fuel, my phone battery, and my watch. The area was so remote that reception was already spotty, and I had a vague feeling that the moment I reached the cabin, I'd be completely cut off. I tried to ignore that feeling. I told myself it was the kind of nervousness you feel when entering a new place alone. I laughed at myself, rolled the window down, and let the fresh forest air fill the car. It smelled like damp earth, pine, and something wild and green that I could not identify. When I finally arrived, the cabin sat at the end of a narrow clearing. It was small, built from logs that had darkened with age, with a tin roof that reflected the sun. There was a small porch with 2 wooden chairs and a rusty railing. From the outside, it seemed quiet and almost peaceful, though the silence was heavy. I parked my car on the uneven dirt and stepped out, listening. There was no wind, no birds, no insects, just an uncanny stillness that felt almost unnatural. I grabbed my bag and walked to the porch. The door creaked as I opened it, and I entered. The inside smelled of dust, old wood, and faint mold. The main room was small, with a stone fireplace, a worn sofa, a wooden table, and a kitchenette in the corner. There was a single bedroom to the left and a bathroom to the right. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, and I noticed spiderwebs in the corners. The cabin had electricity, though I was unsure if it worked consistently. I plugged in my phone to charge, knowing the signal was unreliable at best, and unpacked my things. The first evening passed uneventfully. I made a small fire in the fireplace, cooked a simple meal, and watched the sun set through the thin curtains. The woods outside the cabin looked black and endless. There was a faint rustling that I assumed was just wildlife. I felt calm and satisfied with the isolation. Before bed, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, though part of me laughed at my own precaution. I settled into the small bedroom, feeling the comfortable exhaustion of a long drive and the satisfaction of being alone. The quiet was profound. I slept without incident, though I woke briefly around 3 in the morning to the creaking of the cabin settling and the wind whispering through the trees. It was a normal forest sound, or so I thought. The next morning, I woke early and decided to explore the surrounding area. There was a small trail that led from the cabin into the forest. I walked along it for hours, following the curves of the land, noticing the subtle signs of wildlife: tracks in the soft dirt, broken branches, and the distant call of birds I couldn't see. Everything seemed ordinary, peaceful even, but the deeper I walked into the forest, the more isolated I felt. By noon, I had circled back to the cabin, my legs tired but my mind clear. I started to prepare lunch when I noticed something odd: a faint footprint in the dirt just outside the porch. It wasn't mine. It was smaller, narrow, like a woman's shoe, maybe size 6 or 7. I froze. There had been no one else when I arrived. The gravel road was remote enough that it was unlikely anyone had walked here. I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the shadows or an animal print, but it clearly had a heel mark. My heart rate quickened, though I forced myself to breathe slowly. Maybe it was from the last guest who had stayed here, I thought. I spent the afternoon cleaning up and organizing, trying to ignore the feeling that someone, or something, had been watching me. As evening approached, the shadows in the forest grew long and distorted. The air cooled rapidly, and the silence became oppressive. I lit the fireplace, closed the curtains, and tried to read, but my mind kept drifting to the footprint. I was alone, but I felt uneasy in a way that I could not shake. By late evening, I had prepared dinner and eaten quickly, all the while listening. At first, there was nothing, just the normal forest noises. Then I heard a crack, subtle at first, coming from outside. I froze, straining to hear. Another crack, closer this time, and then a soft thud, like a heavy boot pressing into the ground. I got up and looked out the window. The clearing was dark, but I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. My pulse quickened, and I backed away from the window. I spent the night on edge, every sound amplified. The wind rustled the trees, the cabin groaned as the wood contracted in the cold, and every snap of a branch made me jump. I did not sleep well. At one point, I heard what sounded like footsteps moving around the cabin. I checked the locks. Everything was secure, but the sound persisted intermittently throughout the night. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer, or a raccoon, but part of me did not believe it. By morning, I was exhausted but relieved that the night had passed without confrontation. The next day, I decided to stay closer to the cabin. I collected firewood and cleaned the area around the porch. While stacking the wood, I noticed something else. Scratch marks on the cabin door, shallow but jagged, like claws or a sharp object had scraped it. My stomach sank. I had not seen or felt anything touch the door, and I had been careful to lock everything. The scratches were fresh, and the wood fibers were still rough. I photographed them with my phone, feeling my anxiety rise. Whatever had been around here last night had been close. I forced myself to finish my work outside, but I stayed vigilant, scanning the tree line constantly. That night was worse. The footsteps returned, heavier now, more deliberate. I could hear pacing just outside the cabin, the crunch of gravel under weighty boots. I stayed in the bedroom, flashlight in hand, and waited. The sounds lasted for hours, stopping occasionally, then resuming with a deliberate, slow rhythm. I realized I was trapped by my own fear. I could not leave the cabin because I had no idea who or what was outside, and I could not sleep because of the constant pacing. At some point, I fell into an uneasy doze, only to wake to a shadow moving across the curtain. My heart was pounding. I considered calling the police, but my phone had no signal. I was truly isolated. The next morning, I noticed something new. A trail of footprints leading up to the cabin, small but human, and then another set leaving, disappearing into the forest. My mind raced. Someone had been here, inside my line of sight, without me knowing, pacing outside all night. I tried to rationalize. Maybe a local hunter or a hiker, someone unaware the cabin was occupied. But the thought of someone watching me, knowing I was alone, made my stomach churn. I realized I had to do something. I could not spend another night like that. I packed essentials: food, water, flashlight, matches, my phone, and left the cabin during the daylight, keeping the path in sight. I walked cautiously along the gravel road, making noise with each step. I could feel eyes on me, though I never saw anyone. The forest seemed to close in as I hurried. After what felt like hours, I reached a small rural highway. Relief flooded me. I drove toward the nearest town, keeping my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. Eventually, I reached a gas station and called the police to report the incident. They listened but warned that the area was sparsely populated, and by the time someone could investigate, any evidence might be gone. Despite the fear I felt, I returned to the cabin a few weeks later during the day with a friend this time. We checked the cabin thoroughly, photographing everything, and found no one had broken in. The scratch marks had faded, the footprints were gone, and the forest seemed calm. I realized that my perception of the situation had amplified my fear. The combination of isolation, darkness, and unexplained sounds had created a nightmare scenario. Yet, the fear I had felt was real, tangible, and unavoidable at the time. The experience taught me the importance of preparation and caution. I now always check remote cabins thoroughly, ensure I have reliable communication, And never underestimate the psychological impact of being alone in the woods. I still go back to nature, still enjoy solitude, but with a careful respect for the environment and the hidden. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea of spending a week alone in a small cabin in the woods had seemed appealing at first. I imagined the silence, the way the forest would surround me like a protective blanket, the chance to escape the constant noise of the city. I wanted to write, to think, to just exist without the endless interruptions of daily life. The cabin was remote, far from the nearest town, and the road leading to it was little more than a dirt track that disappeared into dense trees. I had double-checked the directions, filled my tank, packed my supplies, and left early one morning to make the long drive. The last few miles of the road were rough. The asphalt ended, replaced by gravel, and then dirt so narrow I had to slow down to avoid scraping the sides of my car against overhanging branches. The sunlight fell unevenly through the canopy, and I could see fallen leaves and twigs littering the path. My GPS had lost signal long before the last turn, and I relied on memory and the printed directions I had brought. At one point, I had to back up because a fallen tree blocked the road. That was when I first noticed how quiet it was. No birds, no wind, just the sound of tires on the uneven dirt and my own breathing. It was calming at first, but there was a subtle edge to it, an unfamiliar feeling that I couldn't place. Finally, the cabin appeared. It was small, built from dark-stained logs, with a simple pitched roof and a single stone chimney. The windows were dusty, and the front porch sagged slightly in the middle. From a distance, it looked abandoned, but I had confirmed that it was rented and supposedly ready for occupancy. The surrounding forest pressed in close, tall pines and oaks forming an almost solid wall around the clearing where the cabin stood. I parked my car near the porch and took a deep breath. The air was different here, sharper, cleaner, heavier somehow. The smell of wet earth and moss filled my nose. Inside, the cabin was small but functional. A single room served as living area and sleeping quarters, with a small kitchenette in one corner and a wood-burning stove in the center. The furniture was minimal. A small table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a bookshelf filled with old books. There was a bathroom at the back with a shower and a small sink. Everything seemed serviceable, though it clearly hadn't been used in a while. Dust covered the floor, and I spent the first hour cleaning surfaces, shaking out the bed sheets, and lighting the stove. The first night was quiet, almost unnervingly so. I was used to the hum of distant traffic or the occasional dog barking at home. Here, there was nothing but the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the faint rustle of leaves outside. I had brought a lantern and some candles, but I decided to leave them off for the first night and rely on the single overhead light. I slept with the window slightly open, enjoying the cool night air, and for a while, everything felt peaceful. The second day, I explored the immediate area. The clearing around the cabin was small, maybe 50 meters in every direction, and then the trees pressed in again. I found a small creek about a 10-minute walk away. Its water was clear, running over smooth stones, and I took several long drinks directly from it after filtering it with my portable purifier. I walked along the creek for a while, marking my path with small piles of stones so I could find my way back. I noticed some animal tracks in the mud, deer, possibly a fox, maybe even a raccoon. Nothing alarming, just the normal signs of wildlife. I brought back a few sticks for the fire, careful to pick dead wood rather than live branches. On the third day, I started noticing small things that made me uneasy. A tool I had left by the porch the night before was slightly moved. I chalked it up to wind or an animal, but the feeling lingered. The wind had been calm, but something about the way the door looked slightly off-kilter when I returned from the creek made me hesitate before entering. Inside, nothing appeared out of place, but I decided to double-check the windows and locks. Everything was secure. Still, I felt watched. The feeling was subtle, like a shadow moving just beyond my line of sight. Impossible to prove, but impossible to ignore. By the fourth day, the isolation started to weigh on me. I had brought enough food, but I found myself obsessing over the small sounds outside. A branch snapped a little too sharply. A bird took flight with a sudden burst, and I jumped each time. I tried to distract myself with cleaning and organizing the cabin, but I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. The forest was alive, but it felt deliberate somehow, like it was aware of me in a way I couldn't explain. I told myself it was just my imagination, that solitude did strange things to the mind, but it didn't help. That evening, I decided to go to the creek again, this time carrying a small hatchet with me. I wanted to gather more wood for the stove and the fireplace, something tangible to occupy my mind. The air was colder than I expected, and shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long between the trees. I kept my eyes on the path, but every so often I thought I saw movement in the underbrush. When I paused, everything was still. The only sound was my own breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. As I neared the creek, I noticed something odd. A footprint, larger than mine, pressed into the soft mud near the water's edge. I stopped completely and examined it. The shape was clear, shoe tread, not animal tracks, and it wasn't my own. My heart started to race, but I told myself it could have been left by the cabin's caretaker or a previous visitor. Still, I had not seen anyone in the clearing since my arrival, and the trail led directly from the woods, not from the cabin. I considered turning back, but curiosity got the better of me. I followed the faint trail, careful to keep my hatchet in hand, every sense on high alert. The tracks led deeper into the trees, further than I had dared to go alone. I knew I should return to the cabin, but some part of me needed to see where they led. The forest grew denser, and the ground became uneven with roots and rocks. I moved slowly, listening for any sound, but all I could hear was the faint rustle of leaves. Then I saw a small clearing, not much larger than the one around the cabin, and in the center were more signs of human presence. A makeshift campfire pit with stones arranged around it, and several items scattered nearby. A half-empty water bottle, an old backpack, and a pair of shoes that looked worn but recent. I froze. This was not a campsite that belonged to a caretaker. It looked like someone had been living here temporarily, hiding. I thought about the possible explanations, none of them comforting. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but I took a careful step closer to get a better look. That was when I heard it, a faint snapping sound from behind me. I spun around, hatchet raised, and saw nothing. The trees were still, yet the sound had been too deliberate to be wind. I realized then that I was not alone. Someone or something was nearby, watching me. I didn't wait to investigate further. I ran. The underbrush tore at my clothes and scratched my skin, but I didn't care. My only thought was the cabin, safety, walls, doors, locks. I ran until the clearing came into view, and the cabin seemed impossibly far. The sun was low in the sky, and the shadows grew long and threatening. By the time I reached the porch, my lungs burned, and my hands shook as I bolted the door, checked the locks, and barricaded it with a chair. I stayed inside the rest of the day, refusing to open the door even to look outside. The sounds of the forest seemed louder than ever, the wind rustling through branches, twigs snapping. I couldn't tell if it was the person returning or just my imagination, but I refused to risk it. I rationed my food carefully, kept the fire going, and stayed alert through the night. Every creak of the cabin, every shifting shadow, made my stomach tighten. I barely slept, holding the hatchet close, listening. The next morning, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I had to leave. I packed as quickly as I could, checking the windows and doors again, trying to remain calm. I wanted to avoid going outside altogether, but I had no choice. I slipped into my boots, grabbed my backpack, and opened the door just enough to step out. The forest was quiet, deceptively calm. I scanned the area for movement, saw none, and ran to my car, adrenaline carrying me across the clearing. I didn't stop until I reached the road, my car finally in sight. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely control the wheel. I drove fast but cautiously, aware that any slip could send me off the dirt track. The forest seemed endless, shadows looming, but after half an hour, the trees thinned, and I reached the main road. The normal sounds of traffic and distant towns felt overwhelming and comforting. I drove straight to the nearest police station, reported what I had seen, and gave them the footprints and items I had documented. They were skeptical, but I insisted. Weeks later, I learned that the area was known among local authorities as a spot where people sometimes hid illegally, squatters, poachers, or sometimes worse. No one had been caught during the week I stayed there, but the reports I remember the first day I arrived at the cabin. It was tucked deep in the forest, far from the nearest town, surrounded by tall, dense pine trees. The kind of place where the sunlight barely reached the ground, and the air always smelled like damp earth and fallen leaves. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. I needed the solitude, the quiet, a place where I could work on my writing without interruptions. The cabin had been rented through a small online listing. The photos showed a simple wooden structure, one story, a sloping roof, and a small porch. There was a stone chimney, and I could see smoke curling from it in the pictures. Everything looked peaceful, safe, and inviting. I drove for hours on a narrow, winding road that cut through the forest. The closer I got, the narrower the road became, the trees pressing in on both sides. There were no signs, no houses, no other cars. My phone signal had disappeared a long time ago, and I didn't expect to have any connection until I reached higher ground near the cabin. The GPS stopped updating, leaving me to rely on the last directions I had downloaded. I followed the winding path carefully, aware of every bump in the dirt road, every exposed root, every fallen branch that could damage my car. Finally, I reached a small clearing, and the cabin appeared in front of me. It was more isolated than I had imagined. A small wooden fence ran along the edge of the clearing, half broken in places. The front yard was overgrown with tall grass and weeds. There was a stack of firewood near the porch, some of it rotting. It looked abandoned in places, but I had a key, and I was determined to make it work. The first thing I did was unpack my car. I carried bags and boxes into the cabin, noting the creak of the wooden floorboards and the smell of dust and old wood. The inside was sparsely furnished. A small table, a few chairs, a simple couch, a bed with a thin mattress, and a wood-burning stove. The kitchen was minimal, with an old sink, a small refrigerator, and a gas stove that I hoped still worked. I put my bags down and walked around, checking every corner. There were cobwebs in some places, dust covering shelves, and an eerie silence. No wind, no birds, no sounds from animals, nothing. It felt like the forest was holding its breath around me. That night, I decided to light the stove and make a small fire. The fire gave the room a soft orange glow, filling the shadows with flickering light. I sat near it with a notebook, trying to write, but my thoughts kept drifting to the isolation. I had been in the woods before, but this felt different. Too quiet, too empty. I kept thinking I heard small noises, twigs snapping outside, the soft rustle of leaves. But every time I looked, nothing was there. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, the kind of tension that builds when you're alone for too long. I went to bed eventually, the cabin silent except for the occasional creak of wood as it settled in the cool night air. The next morning, I woke early, as the sun barely penetrated the thick canopy above. I stepped outside to stretch and breathe in the crisp forest air. The morning was foggy, the kind that makes everything seem distant and unreal. I could hear a faint sound of running water somewhere, maybe a stream, but I couldn't see it from the clearing. I spent the day exploring the immediate area around the cabin. I found a narrow trail leading deeper into the forest, a few rocks arranged as makeshift steps, and a small stream about 10 minutes walk away. It felt remote but manageable. I went back to the cabin as the sun began to dip, carrying a few branches to add to the stove fire. For the next few days, I settled into a routine. I would wake early, walk along the trail, take notes, photograph the landscape, and return to the cabin to write. I cooked simple meals over the stove, kept the cabin tidy, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But little things started to unsettle me. I would notice footprints outside the cabin, sometimes near the back door, as if someone had been walking through the yard at night. They were too large to be animals. I didn't want to believe it, thought maybe a deer or a bear had passed through, but the prints didn't match anything I knew. I began to hear noises at night that I could not identify. Not growls or howls, just subtle shifts, branches snapping far away, the faint sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. My mind tried to rationalize it, saying it was probably wildlife or the wind. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing night. Around the fourth night, the tension became nearly unbearable. I had gone out to chop some firewood when I noticed the same footprints again, closer to the cabin than before. They were muddy, fresh. I felt a sudden, cold surge of fear. Whoever or whatever had made them had been there recently. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, even though I had locked them earlier, and made sure nothing inside looked disturbed. But inside the cabin, everything seemed normal. I forced myself to stay calm, telling myself that maybe a hiker had wandered near the cabin. Maybe someone had passed through and moved on. I had no way of knowing for sure. Still, I spent a long time cleaning and arranging the cabin that evening, almost as if making it orderly could keep the danger away. The next day, I decided to explore further. I wanted to be out of the cabin more, to see the forest beyond the immediate clearing. I packed a small backpack with water, food, a flashlight, and a pocket knife, telling myself I was being responsible. The trail I followed wound deeper into the woods, over small ridges and through thick undergrowth. Birds were scarce, and the forest felt quiet in a way that pressed on my nerves. At one point, I reached a small ravine, the sides steep and covered in slippery moss. I carefully made my way down, reaching the bottom where the stream ran more strongly. I drank some water after filtering it, and then sat on a rock just listening. For a few minutes, it felt peaceful. The sound of the water was soothing, but then I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, tall and thin, standing between the trees on the other side of the ravine. It disappeared before I could get a clear look, but my heart leapt. I scanned the trees, calling out quietly, even though I didn't expect an answer. There was nothing, no sound, no rustling. I stayed there a few minutes, tense, until I forced myself to stand and head back. The walk back was nerve-wracking. Every sound seemed amplified. A branch snapped and I jumped. Every rustle of leaves made my stomach churn. When I reached the clearing, the cabin seemed to loom larger, its dark wooden walls suddenly more threatening than comforting. I checked the doors again and went inside. I didn't cook that night. I just sat by the stove, watching the fire, my mind racing with what I had seen. I tried to rationalize it. A person, probably a hunter or hiker, moving silently, just passing through. But something about the way the figure had stood, almost perfectly still, unnerved me. I made sure my knife was close at hand, that the doors were locked, and I tried to sleep, though I barely closed my eyes. The following days were tense. I avoided going far into the forest. I stayed near the cabin, checking the perimeter constantly. The footprints appeared again, always fresh, always closer. Sometimes I saw glimpses of movement through the trees, just for a second before it vanished. I started leaving subtle signs, branches broken in ways that indicated I knew someone was there, small piles of rocks near the path, to mark my territory. I didn't know if it would deter them, but it gave me some sense of control. I kept a fire burning all night, every night, and kept the lights on when the dusk came. Still, I felt the eyes on me, the presence just beyond sight. I learned to notice the smallest signs. A displaced rock, a twig pointing in a new direction, a shadow falling differently than it should. My body became tense constantly, every sense sharpened. I felt trapped, unable to leave, because the road was long and narrow, and anyone could be waiting along it. On the sixth night, it happened. I had been awake for hours, the fire almost out, when I heard something I could not ignore. A deliberate, slow knock on the door. 1, 2, 3 knocks. I froze. My mind raced. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Then, the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. Heavy, deliberate, too steady to be an animal. I backed away slowly, grabbing my knife and flashlight. The steps stopped. I heard a faint breathing, just outside the wall I was near. The fear was paralyzing. I forced myself to remain calm, to think logically. I checked the windows, saw no one, and then noticed the back door. I had left it locked, but something in the lock had shifted, like someone had tried to turn it. Panic rose in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I stayed in the cabin all night, sitting in the corner with the knife, listening to every sound, hardly daring to move. The first light, I went outside. The ground around the cabin had fresh footprints. They led in a circle, as if the person had been pacing, watching, waiting. I followed the trail carefully, seeing that it eventually led. I had planned this trip for months, meticulously packing everything I thought I would need. The cabin I rented was miles away from the nearest town, hidden deep in the forest, a place I thought would give me peace, quiet, and solitude. I drove the long, twisting roads with the windows down, feeling the chill of early autumn air rushing in. The smell of pine and wet earth was overwhelming, heavy and damp, but I liked it. Felt like I was leaving the world behind. I had always found the forest comforting, the way the trees pressed in on either side of the road, and the occasional shafts of sunlight cutting through the leaves made it feel alive in a quiet, slow way. But the forest also had a different side, one I hadn't fully considered until that evening. The cabin was small, wooden, and set back from the road, almost invisible until I was close enough to see the peeling paint and the moss creeping along the roof. It had a single porch that sagged in the middle, and the front door had a rusty latch. The windows were dusty, and I could see the shadows of old furniture inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell, musty, earthy, almost like wet wood mixed with old smoke. It wasn't unpleasant, but it made me aware that this place hadn't seen regular visitors in a while. I pulled my car up onto the uneven dirt driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel, and I took a long moment to look at the cabin from the outside. There was something unnerving about the way it sat in the forest, silent, watching. I shook the feeling off. I had driven here to escape, not to worry about some eerie sensation. I grabbed my backpack, which was packed with food, water, a first aid kit, my flashlight, and extra batteries, and made my way up the porch steps. The boards groaned under my weight, threatening to give way at any moment, and I walked carefully, placing each foot deliberately. The latch was stiff, resisting my hand, and it took a lot of effort to push the door open. It creaked loudly, echoing into the empty cabin. Inside, dust motes floated in the thin rays of sunlight streaming through the grimy windows. The cabin had a small living area, a kitchen that smelled of old grease and rot, and a narrow hallway leading to one bedroom and a bathroom. It was cramped but manageable, and I immediately started inspecting everything, checking for anything that could pose a problem. The gas stove worked, the sink had water, and the bed, though old and sagging, was intact. I was careful not to touch too much at first, just observing. There was a strange stillness here, as if time had stopped. Even the air felt heavier, cooler than outside. I thought about the forest pressing against the cabin walls and tried to remind myself that it was normal, just an isolated place. That first night, I went to bed early, feeling tired from the long drive and the setup. I left the window cracked slightly, wanting the sound of the wind through the trees to lull me to sleep. I woke once in the middle of the night to a sound outside, a scraping, almost like someone or something was moving branches near the cabin. I froze, listening. The forest was supposed to be quiet at night, but there was a rhythm to this sound that didn't match the usual sway of trees in the wind. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, looking for food. The sound stopped after a few minutes, and eventually, I fell back asleep. The next day, I decided to explore the immediate surroundings. The cabin sat on a slight incline, and the trees were dense, older than I expected, their trunks thick and their roots gnarled. I wandered down a small trail behind the cabin, stepping over roots and stones, noting the way the light changed as I moved deeper into the forest. I noticed signs of animal activity, broken branches, tracks in the mud, but nothing threatening. I told myself I was being cautious, making mental notes of the terrain in case something went wrong. I marked a few trees with small pieces of tape I had brought along, creating a mental map so I wouldn't get lost. By mid-afternoon, I had wandered further than I had intended. The sun was starting to dip low, and the shadows stretched long across the forest floor. I turned back, realizing I needed to return before it got dark. That evening, I built a small fire outside the cabin, careful to clear the ground around it and keep a bucket of water nearby. The crackling flames cast dancing shadows against the walls of the cabin, making it seem smaller, almost claustrophobic. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, listening to the forest. There were the usual sounds of insects and the occasional bird, but I also thought I heard footsteps, or maybe it was the wind moving debris on the ground. I brushed it off again, but I felt a creeping tension. I had chosen this place for solitude, but now I realized that solitude could also mean being completely vulnerable. Around midnight, I woke to another noise. This time it was louder, clearer. Someone or something was moving near the cabin. I stayed still, straining my ears. There was a crunching of leaves, a faint thump, like heavy boots pressing into the earth. My heart started pounding. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, careful not to make any noise. I considered calling the local authorities, but my phone barely had a signal, just a single bar flashing intermittently. I debated leaving the cabin, but the thought of stepping outside in the dark, without knowing what I might encounter, froze me in place. The noise continued, circling the cabin slowly, then pausing, then moving again. I realized it wasn't an animal. The pattern was too deliberate. I forced myself to stay calm. If someone was here, they hadn't tried to break in yet. Maybe it was someone passing through the forest, lost or looking for shelter. I rationalized every possibility I could think of, trying to reduce the fear that had settled in my chest. The next morning, I woke early, determined to investigate. I checked the perimeter of the cabin, looking for tracks. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see footprints, heavy and large, circling the cabin several times. They were human, no doubt about it, and they weren't old. They were from last night. I felt a cold sweat run down my back. I wasn't alone. The thought made me retrace my steps, examining the trail leading away from the cabin. There were no further tracks, just broken branches and the faint impressions of something dragged across the soil. I realized with a sinking feeling that whoever had been there had been testing me, observing, waiting for the right moment. My mind raced through options. I could pack up and leave, but the road back was long and the person or people could intercept me. I decided to reinforce the cabin. I pushed the furniture against the doors and windows, moved the heavier items to block access, and kept my knife within reach. Every sound outside made me tense, and I barely slept. Days passed like this. I never saw anyone during the day, but at night, the movements returned. Branches snapped, leaves rustled, and the faint sound of footsteps circled the cabin. I began keeping a small journal, documenting every incident, every movement, every noise, trying to stay objective, trying to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. I noticed small things. Food I had set outside to dry was gone. Some items in the cabin had been moved slightly, always just enough to unsettle me. I felt constantly watched, and every time I left the cabin to use the small outhouse or collect firewood, I had to be careful, alert, scanning the forest for the faintest sign of movement. My routine became rigid, almost ritualistic, as if keeping control over small things could maintain my safety. I walked only in daylight, carried my flashlight even when there was sun, and slept fully clothed, knife and phone within reach. One evening, after a particularly tense day, I heard a scraping sound at the front door. I froze, barely breathing. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously approached. The door had been pried slightly, the wood splintered at the edge. Whoever had been circling the cabin had now tried to break in. My heart raced, but I forced myself to think clearly. I reinforced the door again, using the heavy table and a makeshift bar from a broken chair. I decided I couldn't stay inside indefinitely. I had to act. I couldn't wait for them to actually enter. I spent the next day packing a small survival bag. Water, food, first aid supplies, flashlight, and a map. I planned my route carefully, noting the safest path through the forest that would take me back to the main road. I waited until nightfall, when the forest would mask my movements, and prepared to leave quietly. I slipped out of the cabin just after dark, moving slowly, deliberately, staying low. The forest was thick, and the underbrush scraped against my legs. I had memorized the trail from my previous exploration, but in the darkness, everything looked different. My flashlight illuminated patches of mud and leaves, and every sound, twigs snapping, wind rustling, made me jump. After what felt like hours, I reached a small ridge that gave me a view of the road. The headlights of a car in the distance filled me with relief. I ran the final stretch, my legs burning, lungs aching, until I reached the road and waved the I had been planning the cabin trip for months, carving out a full week in the middle of September when the forest trails were quieter, the air sharper, and the world seemed to be caught between the heat of summer and the cold of fall. I wanted a break from everything. The city noise, the constant flow of people, the endless demands of work and life. The cabin I rented was isolated, a small wooden structure tucked deep in a valley surrounded by dense pines and maples, with a narrow, winding dirt road that led down from the main highway. The pictures online had made it look idyllic. A mossy roof, weathered wood, a small porch with a stack of firewood, and a window that framed a view of the surrounding mountains. I imagined myself sitting there for days, reading, walking, cooking, and letting the world fall away entirely. The drive up was longer than expected. The GPS lost signal halfway through, forcing me to slow down and rely on the maps I had printed weeks before. I remembered thinking that the silence outside the car was almost oppressive. Birds flew overhead, but there was no sign of human activity. No other cars, no houses, nothing but forest. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was sinking behind the peaks, and a cold wind swept through the trees, carrying the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I parked near the porch and took a long look at the cabin. It seemed smaller in person than it had in the photos, more weathered, more real. I liked it. There was a sense of safety in its solidity, the way the wood creaked slightly in the wind, the way the roof sagged just a little. It felt like a place that had been lived in, had survived winters and storms, and had earned its own quiet resilience. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small living area with a sofa that smelled faintly of mothballs, a wood stove, a kitchen with only the bare essentials, and a loft above that held a single bed. The windows were large, letting in the last of the daylight, and I could see the forest stretching endlessly beyond them. I set my things down, unpacked a small bag of supplies, and started a fire in the stove. The smell of burning wood filled the room, mingling with the faint mustiness of the cabin. I made a small dinner, instant soup and bread, and ate while sitting on the sofa, listening to the crackling of the fire. There was a strange comfort in the quiet, the way each sound seemed to be magnified. The pop of a log in the stove, the wind brushing against the walls, the distant cry of a bird or some other animal. It was both soothing and a little unnerving. I reminded myself I was alone, and that was exactly why I wanted this. And yet the thought lingered that something about complete isolation made every sound sharper, every shadow more pronounced. Night fell fully, dark and heavy, and I lit a lantern. I could see the window frame glowing faintly in the firelight, shadows from the trees flickering across the walls. I moved slowly, carefully, checking the locks on the doors and windows. Everything seemed fine. Still, the sensation of being watched crept over me. I told myself it was my imagination, the brain's reaction to solitude and darkness. I tried to distract myself by reading, but the words didn't hold my attention. My mind kept wandering to the trees outside, to the vast emptiness surrounding the cabin. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it was restless. I dreamed of someone standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the tree line, watching. I woke with a start, heart racing, listening. Nothing. The wind, the night, the forest, but nothing else. The next morning, I woke early, feeling both refreshed and tense. I made coffee and sat on the porch, taking in the crisp air. Mist clung to the valleys, sunlight streaked through the branches, and there was a stillness so deep it seemed almost unnatural. I had planned a hike for that morning, a small loop the cabin owner had recommended. I packed water, snacks, a map, and a first aid kit, careful to make sure I had everything. The trailhead was a 20-minute walk from the cabin, along narrow paths that wound between trees, over small creeks and past fallen logs. At first, the hike was beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, the air was fresh, and the forest felt alive with quiet energy. Birds sang. A squirrel darted across a branch, and I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in months. After about an hour, I reached a fork in the trail I hadn't anticipated. One path seemed more worn, easier to walk, while the other was narrower, less used. I hesitated, considering which to take, and then chose the narrower path, thinking it would offer a more secluded experience. First, it was fine. The path wound steeply upward, roots and rocks underfoot, and the smell of pine grew stronger. But soon I began to notice things that made me uneasy. Broken branches that looked like they had been snapped recently, footprints that didn't match any wildlife I knew, and then a sound, a snapping of twigs in the distance, deliberate, rhythmic, like someone walking carefully but steadily. My pulse quickened. I stopped, listening. Nothing. I convinced myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. I kept moving, trying to focus on the trail. Hours passed, and I realized I had gone further than I intended. The forest was denser here, the trees taller and closer together. The sunlight barely reached the forest floor, making it hard to see. My map told me I should be near a small clearing, but I saw no sign of it. The sound returned, soft at first, then louder, footsteps, deliberate, slow. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt certain I wasn't alone. Panic started to rise, a cold, insistent pressure in my chest. I considered turning back, but the trail was confusing, and the path I had taken didn't match the map perfectly. I tried to remember the route, but my sense of direction felt skewed, distorted by fear and fatigue. I began to run, my boots hitting rocks and roots, lungs burning, heart pounding. The sounds followed me, faint but persistent. Shadows moved between the trees, shapes that weren't quite natural. Every step made my fear worse, but I knew stopping was worse. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I found myself at a small clearing. A narrow creek ran through it, and across the water was another path that seemed to head downhill. I was trembling, unsure whether to cross, unsure what I might encounter, but I had no choice. I stepped carefully over the rocks, water splashing around my boots, and started down the path. It was easier here, downhill, but the forest seemed to close in again. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see someone, or something, following. There was no one. The fear persisted, though a gnawing awareness that I was vulnerable, exposed, alone. The path eventually led me to a small dirt road, and I recognized it. Relief flooded me. I was close to the cabin. I walked quickly, still alert, still scanning, until finally the trees parted, and the cabin came into view. The sight of it, solid and unyielding, brought tears to my eyes. I ran the last few steps, gripping my backpack, pounding the porch, fumbling with the door. Inside, I locked it, bolted the windows, and sank to the floor. I stayed there for a long time, listening. The wind, the trees, the distant calls of birds and animals, but nothing else. I checked every window and door again. I started a fire, then another, filling the cabin with light and warmth. I forced myself to eat, drink, and calm down. My hands shook for hours, but gradually the panic subsided. I spent the rest of the day inside, pacing, checking the perimeter from the porch, noting every sound, every shadow. The sense of being watched lingered, but I told myself it was natural after what had happened on the trail. Night came, and I lit lanterns, prepared to stay awake for a while. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I slept, heavy and dreamless, surrounded by the faint creaks of the old cabin. The following days were spent carefully exploring the area closer to the cabin. I marked paths, memorized landmarks, and made sure I never wandered far. I gathered wood, prepared food, and slowly regained a sense of control. I never saw anyone on the trail again. Occasionally, I would notice subtle signs, footprints, broken branches, but nothing that suggested danger. The forest, I realized, was vast, indifferent, and I had been lucky. The cabin became a refuge, a place where I could feel safe again. By the time I packed up to leave, I had grown to respect the isolation, the quiet, the simple rhythms of survival in the woods. I had been terrified, yes, but I had endured, adapted, and learned. The drive back down the mountain felt lighter, the air warmer, the world familiar once more. The cabin faded behind me, but the memory of those days, the fear, the solitude, the survival, stayed, a reminder of my own resilience and the delicate balance between fear and safety. I had been planning this trip for months. I had chosen a remote cabin deep in the forest, far away from any town or city, in a region where cell phone service was unreliable at best. I wanted to escape the constant noise of my life, the endless work emails, the traffic, the endless hum of other people's problems. I wanted silence, I wanted isolation, and I thought I was ready for it. I packed my bag carefully, checking every piece of equipment twice. I had food for a week, plenty of water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, a map, a compass, and a pocket knife. I thought I was prepared for everything. The journey to the cabin was long and tiring. I had to drive several hours on winding roads, then take a dirt track that got narrower and rougher the further I went. Eventually, the trees became so dense that the sky above was almost entirely blocked out. I parked my car at the edge of a small clearing, where the dirt track ended. I could see the cabin in the distance, surrounded by tall pines. From where I stood, it looked abandoned, as if no one had been there for years. The paint was peeling, the wooden walls were darkened with age, and some of the windows were cracked. I felt a slight shiver of unease, but I told myself it was just the cold. The cabin had been described online as rustic but livable. It was what I wanted, isolated, quiet, and off the grid. As I approached, the floorboards of the small porch creaked under my weight. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was stale, and a faint smell of mildew lingered. The cabin had a small living room with a wood stove, a kitchenette with a sink and a gas stove, and a single bedroom in the back. There was a small bathroom with a working toilet, but I wasn't sure about the water supply. I flicked on the lights, but they didn't work. There was no electricity. I had forgotten to check that in the description. It didn't bother me much. I had brought a lantern and candles. I set my bag down and began unpacking. I organized my supplies carefully, laying out my food, water, and gear so that everything was easily accessible. I stacked firewood neatly near the stove. I wanted to make the cabin feel like a home, at least for the week I would be there. The first night was quiet. The forest around the cabin was alive with sounds. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant call of an owl, the occasional crack of a branch under some unseen animal's weight. I sat by the stove, lit a candle, and read a book I had brought. The warmth of the small fire made the cabin feel safe, almost comforting. I went to bed early, tired from the long drive and the effort of unpacking. It was in the middle of the night that I first realized how truly isolated I was. I woke up to the sound of a branch snapping outside, very close to the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon, but then I heard the sound again, followed by another closer this time. My heart began to race. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The sounds moved around the cabin, circling it in an irregular pattern. I felt a creeping panic. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was big. My mind raced through possibilities. A bear, a moose, or some other large animal. I had seen signs warning about bears in the area, but I had never actually encountered one. I got out of bed quietly and grabbed my flashlight, trying not to make any noise. The beam of light cut through the darkness outside the window, but I couldn't see anything. The sounds had stopped. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself. Maybe it was just the wind moving the branches. I returned to bed, but sleep did not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined a shadow moving outside, peering through the windows. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Eventually, I gave up on sleeping and sat in the living room, waiting for dawn. I kept the flashlight in one hand and the pocket knife in the other, my ears straining for any sound. Morning came, slowly, casting a pale light through the cabin's dirty windows. I got dressed and stepped outside to survey the area. There were indeed tracks around the cabin. I recognized them immediately. They were bear tracks, fresh and deep in the soft soil. I realized I had been lucky that nothing had come through the door or broken a window during the night. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best I could, stacking extra firewood near the doors, making noise to signal my presence to any animals, and carefully mapping escape routes in case a bear came too close. The following days were tense but manageable. I explored the surrounding forest during daylight hours, gathering water from a nearby stream and identifying edible plants. I kept a careful eye on the animal tracks, noting where they were heading and how recent they were. Each night, I secured the doors and windows, kept a fire going, and tried to relax, but the unease never fully left me. There was a constant sense of being watched, of something large moving just beyond the line of trees. One night, I heard a loud roar not far from the cabin. I froze, too scared to move. It was the sound of a bear, much larger than I could imagine, close enough that it could be the end of me if it decided to attack. I stayed very still until the sound faded into the distance, and then I spent the rest of the night awake, shaking and alert. By the fourth day, I had begun to understand the rhythm of the forest. The animals were most active at dawn and dusk, and during the middle of the day it was relatively quiet. I ventured further from the cabin, always carrying my knife and flashlight. I found a small ridge that gave me a view of the surrounding forest. From there, I could see the cabin, a tiny dot in the vast expanse of green, and I realized how isolated I really was. If anything happened, help would not come quickly. I was truly on my own. It was on the fifth day that the real danger arrived. I was in the cabin, cleaning and organizing supplies, when I heard a noise outside. At first, I thought it was another animal, but the sound was different, heavier, deliberate, and unsettling. I approached the window slowly and looked out. My stomach dropped. There was a man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket and pants. He did not wave or call out. He just stood there, staring at the cabin. My first thought was that he was a hiker, but the way he moved and the way he watched me made my skin crawl. I backed away from the window and grabbed my knife. My mind raced. I had no phone signal. I could not call for help. I had to protect myself. The man stayed there for hours, moving closer in small, careful steps. I stayed inside, locking the doors and windows, keeping the fire going and the knife in my hand. I thought about all the advice I had read online about dealing with strangers in remote areas. Do not approach. Keep doors locked. Stay inside. But I realized that if he decided to break in, there was very little I could do. My heart pounded as I watched him through the cracks in the blinds. Eventually, he disappeared into the trees. I stayed awake the entire night, jumping at every sound, imagining him sneaking around the cabin. The next morning, I decided I could not wait any longer. I had to leave. I packed my supplies quickly, trying not to make any noise. I left some of my food behind, knowing I could not carry it all. I double-checked the doors and windows, ensuring nothing was left unlocked. Then I set out toward my car, which was parked about a half-mile away through the dense forest. I kept my eyes and ears alert, moving quietly but quickly. Every snapping branch, every rustling bush made me freeze in fear. I kept the knife in my hand, ready for anything. Halfway to the car, I heard him again, the man. He was moving through the forest, keeping pace with me at a distance. I tried to stay calm, but panic took over. I changed direction multiple times, doubling back on myself, trying to lose him. I could hear him moving, always behind me, always careful not to make too much noise. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I forced myself to keep moving. Finally, I reached the clearing where my car was parked. I jumped inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. Relief washed over me as I drove slowly down the dirt track, keeping my eyes on the edges of the forest. I thought I had lost him. I prayed I had. The drive back to the main road was tense. I kept the windows up, doors locked, and my eyes scanning the trees. At one point, I saw him at the edge of the road, standing there as I passed by. My stomach dropped again, but he did not move. I did not stop. I drove as fast as I dared on the winding dirt road, eventually reaching the paved highway and civilization. The sense of safety returned gradually, but the fear lingered. Even now, thinking back, I realize how close I had come to real danger. That cabin, that forest, the isolation, it was a beautiful escape, but it had hidden a threat I was not prepared for. When I finally returned home, I unpacked, cleaned myself up, and tried to shake off the memory. I reported the man to the local authorities, giving them a description and the location. I never imagined that a trip to a small cabin in the woods could turn into one of the scariest experiences of my life. I had been planning this getaway for months, a chance to disconnect from the city, the noise, the constant demands of work, and just be alone for a week. The cabin was about 3 hours' drive from the nearest town, tucked deep in a forest that seemed endless from the maps I had studied online. The idea of complete isolation was appealing. I imagined mornings of brewing coffee while watching the mist rise from the trees, afternoons of hiking the trails around the cabin, and evenings spent reading by the fireplace. The drive there was peaceful at first. The highway gave way to winding, narrow roads lined with dense pines, their branches brushing the car windows as I drove slowly, alert but excited. I noticed the sunlight fading faster than I expected. Shadows stretched across the road, and I reminded myself it was late September. The days were shorter. The GPS had lost signal an hour before reaching the cabin, which was no surprise given how remote the location was. I had printed out directions, and after a few wrong turns, I finally saw the cabin tucked behind a small clearing, partially hidden by thick trees. It was a small structure, wooden, 2 rooms, with a steep roof and a stone chimney. The outside looked sturdy but old, the paint peeling and some boards warped, suggesting it had been abandoned for some years. The previous owner had assured me it was safe, and photos on the listing had looked welcoming, but seeing it in person gave me a different feeling, a mix of awe and unease. Still, I shrugged it off as nerves. I parked the car near the cabin, unloaded my backpack, and stepped inside. The interior smelled of wood and dust. It was dimly lit by small windows, but I had brought a flashlight, which I immediately turned on. The cabin had basic furniture. A small table with 2 chairs, a simple bed with a thin mattress, and a stone fireplace with some leftover ashes. There was a small kitchenette with an old sink and a couple of cabinets. It wasn't luxurious, but it was exactly what I wanted. A place to be alone and off-grid. The first night was uneventful, though I noticed strange sounds that came from the forest. At first, I assumed it was wildlife, the hoot of an owl, the crack of a branch under a deer's hoof. But some sounds felt different. Heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate, that didn't match the kind of animals I had heard before. I brushed it off, telling myself my imagination was getting the better of me. I set an alarm for early the next morning and tried to sleep. Morning came cold and damp. Mist hung low over the forest, and the air smelled of wet leaves and soil. I brewed coffee and sat by the small window, watching the fog drift between the trees. I had a list of trails to hike, so I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and my map, ready to explore. The first hour was refreshing. I felt completely free, walking through dense undergrowth, listening to birds and the distant sound of a creek. It was mid-morning when I noticed something odd. A trail that was clearly marked on my map seemed to be disturbed, almost freshly cleared. I stopped and looked closer. There were footprints in the soft earth. Large, heavy prints that didn't match any animal I knew. They were too big for a deer, too narrow for a bear, and I couldn't see claws. They were human, and there was no one else around. My heart started to race, but I told myself it could be a hunter, or perhaps someone else who had been in the forest recently. I followed the trail cautiously, trying not to make noise. The footprints led deeper into the woods. I kept my eyes on them, trying to see if they were heading somewhere specific. Suddenly, I realized they circled back toward the cabin in a wide loop. My stomach dropped. If someone was near the cabin, they could be watching, waiting. I debated whether to go back immediately, but my curiosity got the better of me. I stayed hidden, crouching behind a thick tree, trying to see if there was anyone following. For the next 30 minutes, I didn't see anyone, but the forest felt different. The usual sounds, the birds, the wind through the trees were gone. Everything was unnervingly quiet. I decided to head back. The cabin had seemed safe before, but now it felt exposed. As I neared the clearing, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. My heart stopped. I was sure I had locked it when I left. I approached slowly, trying to stay calm. The inside looked the same at first glance, but then I saw it. A small pile of branches and leaves had been moved near the window, as if someone had been peering inside. I checked all doors and windows. Nothing was missing, nothing obviously broken, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I stayed inside the rest of the day, keeping the lights on and listening. That night, I didn't sleep. Every little sound made me tense. Branches scraping against the cabin walls, distant rustling, the faint echo of footsteps. I kept the fireplace ready, just in case I needed to use it for light or warmth. I thought about calling for help, but cell service was non-existent. I considered driving out to the main road, but the nearest town was over an hour away, and I didn't want to risk encountering whoever had been there. The next day, I decided I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I packed my backpack again, this time with extra food, water, and even a large knife I had brought for camping purposes. I took a different route through the forest, moving slowly and observing everything. The footprints appeared again, clear and fresh, leading in a different direction. It was as if someone was deliberately moving around the area, leaving signs to intimidate me. I followed at a distance, careful not to make noise. Hours passed. The forest grew darker as clouds blocked the sun. I realized I had lost track of time and direction. Panic started to set in. I tried to retrace my steps, but the terrain was confusing, and I had stopped trusting the map. Every rustle made me freeze. Eventually, I found a small clearing near a creek and decided to rest, thinking I could figure out my route back to the cabin. While resting, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Across the creek, partially hidden in the undergrowth, I saw a figure. Person standing completely still, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, but the posture was deliberate enough to suggest they were aware of me. I froze. My mind raced. Should I run? Hide? The rational part of me screamed to retreat, but my feet felt rooted. After a few minutes, the figure turned and walked slowly into the woods, disappearing from sight. I waited another 30 minutes before moving. I didn't know if following the figure was safe or heading back to the cabin was worse. Finally, I decided to backtrack, hoping to make it to the cabin before dark. The forest seemed to close in around me. Every branch looked like a hand reaching out, every shadow a person waiting. I tripped several times, my backpack scraping against tree trunks, my heart hammering. The sound of running water from the creek gave me a sense of direction. By the time I reached the cabin, it was nearly dark. Relief washed over me when I saw the familiar structure through the trees. I bolted the door and checked every window and lock again. That night, I didn't leave the fireplace, kept my knife nearby, and tried to stay awake. I didn't hear any sounds outside, but I stayed alert, ready to react if anything happened. Over the next 2 days, I realized the situation wasn't improving. Whoever had been near the cabin seemed to be aware of me but hadn't made direct contact. I began to prepare more seriously. I barricaded the doors with heavy furniture, stacked firewood near all entry points, and filled containers with water in case I had to stay inside for an extended period. I also collected rocks and branches as potential tools for defense. Every time I ventured outside, I did so with extreme caution, watching for signs of movement. On the 5th day, I noticed something different. The footprints had disappeared. The forest felt slightly less oppressive. I stayed vigilant but allowed myself to hope that whoever had been watching had moved on. I spent the day cleaning the cabin, organizing supplies, and trying to regain a sense of normalcy. On the 6th day, I decided it was time to leave. I couldn't stay any longer. I packed the car in the early morning hours while the forest was still quiet. I double-checked the cabin, making sure nothing was left behind. As I drove down the winding roads, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. The forest receded behind me, returning to its peaceful appearance, but I knew the fear I had felt was real. When I reached the town, I stopped at a small diner and finally called the authorities. I reported the footprints and the presence of someone near the cabin. A local ranger later told me that people sometimes squatted in abandoned cabins or used the woods for hunting and hiding, but encounters like mine were rare. I was lucky. The cabin was not dangerous in itself. The fear had come from human activity, unpredictable and unseen. Looking back, the experience taught me something important. Nature is peaceful but unpredictable, and the greatest danger in remote areas can come from other humans rather than wild animals or ghosts. It started as a simple plan, something I thought would be peaceful and grounding. I wanted to escape the constant hum of the city, the traffic, the noise, and the pressure of work that never truly let me rest. I found a small cabin online, somewhere deep in the forested outskirts of a national park. The photos looked almost perfect: wooden beams, a small stone chimney, a little porch overlooking a clearing with thick trees surrounding it. It seemed remote but not impossible to reach, off the beaten path but still accessible. I was desperate for isolation, for quiet, and for a break from reality. I packed my car with basic supplies: canned food, bottled water, a portable stove, blankets, and a first aid kit. I had a flashlight, batteries, matches, and my phone, though I knew reception might be poor once I got into the forest. The drive was long. Hours of asphalt gave way to dirt roads, and eventually, I was navigating narrow tracks carved through dense pine and oak trees. I passed occasional signs warning of wildlife, bears, cougars, and the usual park advisories, but I didn't think much of them. I had been careful, reading forums and guides, preparing for the possibility of wildlife encounters, carrying bear spray and storing food safely. Still, the reality of isolation is far different from imagining it. The last stretch of road was steep and uneven, rocks and roots occasionally forcing me to slow down to avoid damaging my car. When I finally spotted the cabin, partially hidden by overgrown bushes and leaning slightly to one side from years of wear, I felt a small thrill of relief. I had made it. The cabin itself was modest but functional. The roof had some loose shingles, the windows had a slight layer of grime, and the front door creaked loudly when I opened it. Inside, there was a single room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchenette, and a loft bedroom. Everything smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. I unpacked slowly, making sure to organize my food in sealed containers and setting up my sleeping area in the loft with blankets and a sleeping bag. I explored the small surrounding area and found a narrow path that seemed to circle the cabin, leading deeper into the woods. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in a way that made the forest feel almost enchanted, but there was a heaviness, too, a silence that felt absolute once I stopped moving. The first night, I slept fitfully. The wind moved through the trees, occasionally rattling the loose shutters, and every small creak of the cabin made me jump. I reassured myself it was normal, that old wood and empty cabins made noise. But when I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of something scraping against the exterior walls, I realized my imagination might have been underestimating reality. I stayed still, listening. It stopped. I told myself it was probably a branch, or maybe a raccoon, and eventually drifted back to sleep. Morning brought clarity, though not comfort. When I stepped outside, I noticed footprints around the cabin, fresh and wide, clearly not mine. I hadn't seen anyone else, hadn't heard any cars or people passing on the road. The prints led from the back of the cabin into the forest, disappearing quickly into the undergrowth. I felt my chest tighten. I was alone, or I had thought I was, and yet someone or something had been close. I examined the prints carefully. They were human, shoed, but large, and the tread suggested a heavy boot. I considered my options. I could leave, but I had driven hours and I wasn't sure if I would be able to navigate the forest roads in daylight if I rushed. I made a decision to stay for now, though unease settled over me like a physical weight. I spent the next day trying to occupy myself. I hiked a small loop behind the cabin, taking care not to stray too far. I noted the subtle signs of wildlife: scratch marks on trees, animal droppings, the occasional distant cry of a coyote or bird. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every movement in the woods, every crack of a branch under a small animal's foot, seemed amplified, charged with threat. By the evening, I had returned to the cabin, reinforcing the door with a spare piece of wood I found and double-checking my supplies. I cooked a small meal on the portable stove and tried to sleep early, hoping the daylight would bring calm. The second night was worse. Around 2 a.m., I awoke to the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. Heavy, deliberate steps, not the light tread of an animal. I froze, my body tense, the flashlight clutched in my hand. I couldn't see anything through the windows. The glass reflected the cabin's dim interior, the forest outside an impenetrable darkness. The steps moved slowly, then stopped, and I held my breath. Minutes passed. I considered calling the authorities, but my phone had no signal. Panic crept in. I could not see who or what was out there, and the isolation made every rational thought scream at me to get out. But where would I go in total darkness on an unfamiliar forest road? I was trapped in the middle of nowhere. I remembered the bear spray and kept it within reach. I checked the windows and doors again, barricading them as best as I could. The steps started again, this time moving away from the cabin, circling around to the back. I heard a branch snap under weight, and the sound faded slowly into the distance. I stayed awake for hours, listening, waiting for any sign that the intruder had left. At dawn, I stepped outside cautiously. There were new prints, circling the cabin, leaving and returning in a pattern that suggested someone had been pacing, watching, studying. My stomach turned. Whoever it was, they had planned this, or at least had patience. I packed a small bag with essentials, keeping it ready in case I needed to leave quickly. Over the next day, I explored more of the surrounding area, looking for alternate routes off the property, noting landmarks that might help me navigate if I needed to run. I found a stream nearby and decided to follow it, reasoning that water often leads to roads or trails. The forest was dense, and the stream narrowed, eventually becoming impassable. I returned to the cabin with a growing sense of dread. It was impossible to know how far the intruder could move in the woods, how much they could see or hear, and whether they were still near. I stayed inside, keeping the cabin as fortified as possible, checking all exits and keeping my supplies close. The third night was the worst. Around midnight, there was a loud banging on the front door. Not a branch, not an animal, something human. I grabbed the bear spray, staying low behind the door. The banging continued, growing more forceful, deliberate. I tried to calm my breathing, telling myself that if I stayed quiet and hidden, the person might leave. The door shuddered under repeated hits. I realized then that the door itself might not hold against a determined intruder. I looked around for other defensive options. There was a heavy cast iron skillet in the kitchen. I kept it in my hand, waiting. The sound of the banging stopped as suddenly as it started. For a long time, there was nothing but silence, thick and suffocating. I didn't dare move, fearing any sound could give away my presence. Morning brought cautious relief. The door had minor dents, the lock scratched, but nothing more. There were no signs of footprints leaving the immediate area, only the lingering fear that whoever had been outside might return. I realized then that staying in the cabin was no longer safe. I had to leave, and the best chance would be under cover of daylight, when visibility and reaction time were on my side. I packed everything essential, leaving behind non-essential items that would slow me down. I kept the bear spray and skillet at hand, though I hoped to avoid confrontation. I retraced my path along the dirt road, noting every landmark to ensure I could find my way. The forest felt oppressive, every sound amplified by fear and adrenaline. Birds scattered as I walked, small animals darted into the underbrush, and I kept my eyes constantly scanning for movement beyond the trees. The isolation I had once sought now felt like a trap. Hours passed before I finally spotted a familiar turn in the road, a sign that led back towards civilization. Relief washed over me, but I stayed cautious, moving quickly yet carefully. Eventually, I reached a point where the forest thinned, and I could see a main road in the distance. I sprinted the final stretch, my legs burning, adrenaline surging, until I reached the first signs of other people. A small gas station, cars passing, and the faint sound of voices. I collapsed on a bench, exhausted and shaking. I reported everything to the local authorities, who confirmed that the area had seen previous incidents of intruders or squatters taking advantage of remote cabins. They assured me it was safe now, that they would investigate. I returned home slowly, shaken but alive. The experience left me wary of isolation, of trusting online listings, and of assuming safety in remote areas. I recovered physically over the following days, but the mental strain lingered, the constant feeling of being watched, the fear that someone had been so close I could not see them, the reminder that nature is unpredictable and humans can be far more threatening than any wildlife. I realized I had underestimated the risk. I had been planning this trip for months. It wasn't one of those spontaneous getaways you see in movies. I had researched every detail, bought the right gear, mapped out the trails, and picked a cabin far away from any town or road. I wanted to be alone, not just to enjoy nature, but to get away from everything else. Work, noise, the constant pressure that made life feel like a weight pressing down on me. The cabin was old, wooden, and tucked away deep in the forest, reachable only by a narrow dirt track that disappeared into trees so dense they almost blocked out the sky. I had seen pictures online. They made it look peaceful, almost charming. I hadn't realized how isolated it really was until I drove down the last stretch of dirt path, the tires crunching on the loose gravel, the tall pines pressing in on both sides. By the time I arrived, the sun was low, orange streaks spilling across the sky, and I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. Relief because finally, the world felt distant. Unease because the forest here was quiet in a way I had never experienced. There was no wind, no birds calling, just the faint creak of trees moving slightly in the dusk. The cabin itself was small, one story, made of rough timber. The windows were grimy, the wood weathered, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. Inside, it smelled of dust and old wood, faintly of dampness. I spent the first hour unpacking, organizing my things, checking my gear. I had brought extra food, water, and a fully charged satellite phone, though I didn't plan to use it. My plan was to stay disconnected, but still, I wanted the option in case something went wrong. The cabin had a wood stove, an old cast iron thing that looked like it had been in use for decades. There was a small bathroom, a bed with a thin mattress, a table, and 2 chairs. I lit a fire in the stove, the flames cracking and popping, and for the first time that day, I felt a real sense of comfort. The first night passed quietly, almost too quietly. Outside, the wind had picked up slightly, rattling the trees, but it wasn't threatening, just making the cabin creak in familiar ways. I slept fitfully, partly from excitement, partly because it was so quiet I could hear every minor sound. The next morning, I went outside to explore. The forest around the cabin was thick with undergrowth. Moss hung from the tree branches, and fallen leaves muffled my steps as I walked further away from the cabin. There were small animal tracks, maybe rabbits or deer, and the occasional bird song, but otherwise the forest was still. I noticed the path that led back toward the main dirt road, but it was overgrown and hardly visible. It was perfect for the solitude I wanted. As the second day passed, I settled into a routine. I chopped wood for the stove, cooked my meals on it, read some books I had brought, and took long walks along the faint trails I could find. It was peaceful, but I started to notice little things that felt off, though at the time I didn't think much of them. Footsteps in the distance that weren't mine, broken branches where no animal seemed to have gone, a faint smell of smoke far away, but no clear source. I kept telling myself I was imagining it. After all, I was alone in the woods, and the mind tends to notice things more when it is isolated. On the third day, things started to feel stranger. I had gone out for a long walk, carrying a small backpack with water, snacks, and my phone. Even though I had no signal, I had wandered further than I planned, and when I tried to head back, the forest seemed different. I could have sworn the trees were arranged differently than on my way in, or that I had passed landmarks I didn't remember. I spent nearly 2 hours trying to find the cabin. Every time I thought I recognized a path, it led me back to a small clearing I didn't remember seeing before. My chest started to tighten. I wasn't lost. I had maps, I had GPS coordinates, but the dense forest and fading light made it feel like I could be walking in circles forever. Panic started to creep in. Finally, just as the sky was darkening, I saw the cabin. Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of unease. Something was different. The door was slightly open, though I was certain I had locked it that morning. The wood stove inside was cold, and there was no smell of smoke, even though I had left a fire burning. I walked in slowly, checking every corner. Nothing was touched inside except for the firewood pile. Several logs were moved closer to the stove, as if someone had been preparing to light it. I told myself it was probably an animal or the wind, though even then, it didn't make complete sense. The logs were neatly stacked, not scattered. I slept poorly that night, the sense of being watched gnawing at me. Every crack of the cabin settling made my heart jump. I woke multiple times to strange noises outside. Low, slow rustling, footsteps, like someone walking carefully around the cabin. I never saw anyone, but the sounds were unmistakable. I wanted to convince myself it was a deer or a bear, but I had hiked enough to know the difference. These were human-like footsteps. The next day, I was determined to leave. I packed a small bag with essentials and planned to hike back to the dirt road, where I could get my car. I wanted to be rational, to not let fear dictate my actions. But as soon as I stepped outside, the sense of unease returned. I noticed footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. They led around the cabin and into the forest. I couldn't see where they ended, but they were fresh. The realization that someone had been here, maybe even overnight, made my stomach twist. I thought about calling the authorities, but with no signal and no clear way to describe my location beyond coordinates, it seemed useless. I considered hiding in the cabin until daylight, then leaving, but that felt like inviting someone to see me cornered. I decided to hike anyway. I followed the faint track toward the main dirt road, trying to move quietly but quickly. Every snap of a twig made me freeze. Every shadow between the trees felt like it was moving. Hours passed, and the track became harder to follow, overgrown and fading into nothing. My pace slowed as fatigue set in, my pack feeling heavier with every step. Around late afternoon, I finally broke through the trees and saw the dirt road. Relief hit me hard, and I moved faster, walking along it in the fading light. I didn't want to stop, didn't want to look back. Then I heard a voice. It wasn't shouting, just low, but it was distinctly human. My heart leapt, and I sprinted toward the nearest bend in the road. There was no one visible, just trees lining the road. The voice faded as I ran. I realized I had no choice but to keep moving until I reached my car, which was still a few miles down the road. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but the fear pushed me forward. Finally, just as darkness fully fell, I saw the headlights of my car up ahead. I ran the last stretch, unlocked the door, and collapsed inside, shaking and breathing hard. I locked the doors and sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself I was safe. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't been touched, but I knew someone had been close enough to follow the cabin. I drove slowly back toward town, constantly checking the rearview mirror, taking small turns to see if I was being followed. The forest receded behind me, and finally, I saw streetlights, houses, people. I pulled into a small parking lot, called the police, and reported the situation. They said they would send someone to check the cabin, but they were skeptical. This remote area didn't usually have incidents. I gave them all the details I could. Later that night, I received a call from them. The cabin was empty, no signs of forced entry, but they found footprints leading to the nearby forest. No one was found. In the weeks afterward, I went back once during the day with a small group. We checked the cabin thoroughly, and nothing indicated anyone had stayed there, but the feeling of unease was still there. I never went back alone. The experience stayed with me for months. The fear of being watched, the panic of realizing isolation can be dangerous even without supernatural forces. I learned that nature is beautiful, but it can also be unpredictable, and isolation magnifies fear. I realized that preparation is essential, but it doesn't protect you from the unknown choices of others. The cabin, the forest, the footprints. They were a reminder that sometimes danger isn't imagined, it's just unseen. From then on, I always told friends not to take solitude lightly, to be aware of surroundings, and to never underestimate the skill and boldness of another human who might be nearby. It ended with me safe, back in the town, back in my routine, but more cautious, more aware, and with a lasting memory of that terrifying solitude in the forest. The cabin trip, which had begun as an escape, became a lesson in vigilance, in respecting isolation, and in understanding that fear is often a natural response to realistic danger, not something supernatural. I never returned alone, but I never forgot the feeling of the quiet, the dark forest, and the footprints that appeared without explanation. I learned that realism can be scarier than any ghost story, and that being prepared can save you, but nothing replaced. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, imagining a quiet weekend at a cabin far from the city. The idea of being alone in the woods, away from people and noise, sounded perfect. I had rented a small cabin tucked deep in the mountains, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that wound through dense pine forests. The GPS worked only sporadically, and I had printed directions just in case. I packed my bag with all the basics: food, water, a first aid kit, some books, a flashlight, extra batteries, and blankets. I told myself I didn't need more than that. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing getaway, a chance to sleep under the quiet of the stars and breathe the smell of pine and earth. The drive there was longer than I expected. The roads became rougher and narrower as I went deeper into the mountains, and the forest grew denser. The sunlight barely reached the ground, filtered through the thick canopy. The air smelled like damp soil and pine needles, crisp and earthy. At times, the car tires slipped on loose gravel, and I had to slow down to avoid skidding off the road. There was no one else around. No houses, no cars, no signs of civilization for miles. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun had already started to sink behind the trees, painting the sky with pale orange and muted pink. The cabin was old but sturdy, made of weathered wood that smelled faintly of smoke and moss. It had a stone chimney, a small porch with a rickety railing, and windows so dark they reflected nothing but my own tired face. I parked my car beside it and took a moment to just stand there, listening to the forest. There was a quiet that almost hurt in its intensity. Birds were silent. The wind rustled through the trees, but it was subtle, almost as if the forest itself were holding its breath. The moment felt suspended, as though stepping into another world, one where human life had no presence. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, dampness, and a faint, lingering odor of old fire. Dust coated the furniture, though it was not thick, and there were small cobwebs in the corners. The space was small: a main room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen corner, and a single bedroom. A few basic utensils and supplies were left behind by the previous renters. I unpacked slowly, placing my things on a wooden table, and tried to ignore the quiet, heavy weight that seemed to press against the walls. It was not the kind of quiet you hear in a city or a park. It was complete, raw, absolute silence, broken only by small, sudden sounds, like a twig snapping in the forest or the hum of distant insects. I decided to explore the surroundings before night fully settled. The clearing around the cabin was small, maybe 50 meters in every direction, enclosed by dense trees. There was a narrow path leading deeper into the woods, partially overgrown, probably used by deer or other wildlife. I noticed broken branches on the ground, footprints that I couldn't quite identify, and the occasional hole dug in the soil. The forest felt alive in a way that was almost too much to take in. Every rustle, every shadow felt deliberate, as if something was watching, waiting. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that I was alone and completely safe. As the evening approached, I started a fire in the fireplace. The cabin's only light came from the flickering flames, casting long shadows on the walls. I ate a simple meal, feeling the heat of the fire against the cold air creeping through the window frames. Outside, the forest darkened to an almost complete blackness. The sound of nocturnal animals began to rise. The soft hoot of an owl, the distant crack of branches, maybe a coyote calling. I felt a shiver crawl along my spine, but I kept reminding myself that it was natural, part of the forest, nothing to fear. By nightfall, the sense of isolation became more intense. The wind picked up, pushing through the trees and making the branches scrape against the cabin walls. The sound was sharp, sudden, unpredictable, and I realized how thin the walls were. Every small noise sounded enormous in the dark. I tried to read by the fire, but my eyes kept darting toward the windows, expecting to see something that wasn't there. I could hear my own breathing and heartbeat in the silence, and it made me feel exposed, like I was the only living thing in a vast, waiting wilderness. Around midnight, I heard it for the first time. A sound that didn't belong to any animal I knew. It was faint, coming from somewhere outside the cabin, a rustling, shifting sound in the brush. My first thought was that it was a deer or a raccoon, but the movement was too deliberate, too heavy. It stopped and started again, closer this time, then further, almost circling the cabin. I froze, trying to listen without moving, every instinct screaming that I should leave the room, but also that I should stay perfectly still. My flashlight lay on the table, and I considered grabbing it, but something in me hesitated. I didn't know what I expected to see, but I knew whatever it was waiting. Hours passed like that. The sound came and went, sometimes near, sometimes far, always just beyond the edge of the firelight. I could feel my stomach twisting into knots, my mind cycling through every possibility. Some benign, most not. I tried to stay rational, telling myself it had to be an animal, probably a deer or a bear, maybe a wild dog. But none of the noises matched anything I had ever heard in the woods. Not the cadence of footsteps, not the way it broke branches or moved through underbrush. There was intelligence in it, a pattern that made me feel hunted. The fire burned low, and I realized I couldn't keep staring into the darkness forever. I forced myself to climb into bed, pulling the blankets tightly around me, trying to convince myself that sleep was possible. But every little sound made me jump. The floorboards creaked as I shifted position, and I could hear the rustle outside, now accompanied by a faint, dragging sound. My mind filled with images I did not want to imagine. Someone or something moving silently just outside the thin walls. I considered calling someone, but cell service was non-existent. I didn't even have a signal to check a map or call for help. I was alone. I spent what felt like endless hours lying awake, listening, trying to distinguish the natural noises from the unnatural ones. Occasionally, I would hear the faintest scrape against the window frame, like claws or a stick, and my body would tense, every muscle rigid. I didn't sleep much at all. When morning finally came, it brought no relief, only a dull light through the small windows and a chance to see the cabin and surroundings more clearly. Outside, I could see footprints around the cabin. Deep, large, unidentifiable, pressed into the soil near the edges of the clearing. They were not human. I could see the marks of claws, heavy weight pressing the earth down, some disturbed vegetation that suggested movement around the perimeter. I spent the day preparing. I checked all the windows and doors, wedging sticks against them where possible, and moved any furniture that could provide makeshift barricades. I collected firewood and water, and I tried to ration my food in case I had to wait out an extended period. I stayed close to the cabin, never venturing more than a few meters away, always alert to sounds. Every shadow in the trees felt deliberate. Every branch that snapped made my stomach drop. It was exhausting mentally and physically, but I knew that the slightest mistake could be dangerous. That night was worse. The sound of movement returned almost immediately after sunset. This time, I heard something heavier, more purposeful. Something was walking around the cabin slowly, testing, perhaps waiting for me to make a mistake. I stayed low to the ground, crouched by the fireplace, listening. The rustling and scraping persisted for hours, circling the cabin repeatedly. My mind was hyper-focused, picking up every minute detail. The way the sound changed when it passed over stones, the intervals between movements, the occasional small thump that suggested something was jumping or landing heavily. I couldn't see it, couldn't confirm what it was, and that uncertainty made it unbearable. By the second morning, I realized I had to make a decision. I could not stay in the cabin indefinitely, but I also could not risk venturing into the forest unprepared. I spent the day planning an escape route, looking for the safest path back to the main road. I marked a line with sticks and stones, ensuring I would not get lost. I packed my bag with essentials: food, water, flashlight, and extra clothes. I moved quietly, listening constantly, knowing that whatever had been circling the cabin might still be there, waiting for me to leave my temporary fortress. When night came the third day, I made my move. I waited until there was a lull in the sounds outside. Then I slipped out through a side door I had reinforced with furniture. I kept my flashlight low, illuminating only the path in front of me. The forest was thick and oppressive, branches clawing at my clothes and face, roots threatening to trip me. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, following the I had been planning the cabin trip for months. It was the kind of escape I needed after months of city life, endless noise, and the constant hum of work and obligations. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods, far from the main road, and I thought that isolation would be exactly what I needed to clear my head. The advertisement had said it was fully equipped, rustic but comfortable, and it had pictures of wide windows overlooking a small lake, with tall trees surrounding the property. I didn't want any distractions. I wanted quiet and I wanted solitude. The drive to the cabin was long, winding through narrow roads lined with dense forest. I remember watching the sunlight dim as I drove deeper, the trees stretching over the road, creating shadows that seemed to move as I passed. Every so often, I would pass a clearing where the wind shifted, and the smell of wet leaves and earth filled the car. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was just dipping below the horizon, and a thin layer of mist had started to settle in the forest. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, built from old logs with a steep roof and a single stone chimney. The windows reflected the fading light, giving it an almost quiet, expectant look. I parked in front and grabbed my bags. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of pine. The forest was alive with sound, the rustle of leaves, the occasional cry of a bird, the faint buzzing of insects settling in for the evening. I unlocked the cabin door, and the smell of wood and dampness greeted me. It wasn't unpleasant, just very earthy and real, like a place untouched for a long time. I set my bags down and began exploring. The main room had a small fireplace, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. There was a small kitchenette with a gas stove, a fridge, and a sink. A narrow hallway led to a bathroom and a single bedroom. The bed was neatly made, the blankets thick and coarse. I spent the first hour unpacking and settling in, lighting a few candles and inspecting the fireplace. It was small, but it looked functional. I found some firewood stacked neatly in the corner, dry enough to start a fire easily. I was glad because the temperature was dropping quickly, and I wanted warmth. After setting up, I prepared a simple dinner, heated on the stove, and ate slowly while watching the sun vanish entirely. Darkness came swiftly, and with it, the full weight of isolation. The first night was uneventful, though I remember feeling a prickling sense of awareness I couldn't quite explain. The forest outside was completely black, and the only sound was the occasional crack of branches as small animals moved through the underbrush. I kept a candle burning and made sure the door was locked. Sleep came eventually, but it was light and interrupted by every sound outside. The tap of rain on the roof, the scrape of branches against the cabin walls. The next morning, I woke to the sound of heavy rain. It had started overnight, turning the forest into a living, breathing thing, wet and dark. The cabin felt smaller under the downpour, and I realized just how cut off I was from the world. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and my phone had barely any signal. I spent the day reading, cleaning up, and watching the rain slide down the windows. The forest looked different through the sheets of water, a blur of dark green and gray. That night, the wind picked up, It rattled the windows and whistled through the cracks in the walls. I stayed close to the fire, my eyes flicking to every shadow that shifted across the room. It was on the third day that I started noticing the small, unsettling things. I had gone for a short walk in the woods after the rain stopped. The ground was muddy and uneven, and every step seemed to sink deeper into the soil. I kept my eyes on the path, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had a way of hiding itself. Shadows moved with the wind, and trees seemed to loom closer than they should. On the way back, I found the cabin door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it. A wave of cold panic ran through me. Nothing seemed missing, but I double-checked everything, even the windows. All were secure. I couldn't understand it. Maybe the wind had caught the door, or I had been careless. But the sense of vulnerability had set in, sharp and immediate. That night, I stayed up later than usual, watching the fire burn down to embers. The wind had settled, but the forest was alive with the sound of movement. Branches snapping, small animals rustling, leaves scraping. I tried to remind myself that I was safe, that this was all natural. But I couldn't sleep again without waking at every sound. Every creak of the cabin felt exaggerated, like the building itself was alive and listening. The following morning, I woke to a broken window. A large branch had fallen during the storm overnight and smashed one of the small panes near the back of the cabin. Shards of glass lay scattered across the floor, and the wooden frame was splintered. My heart raced as I realized how close this had come to causing real injury. I cleaned up the mess carefully, avoiding cuts, and reinforced the window with an old board from the shed outside. That day, I stayed mostly inside, keeping an eye on the woods through the remaining intact windows. Every sound felt amplified. Every movement seemed closer. I began thinking about leaving early, about the simple act of getting back on the road to safety, but I also felt a stubborn determination to stay. I had come here for solitude, and I wasn't going to leave because of fear. The fourth day was the turning point. It was still early morning when I heard the first sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, a low creak from a tree bending in the breeze. But then I heard it again, a faint crunch of footsteps on the dirt path leading up to the cabin. I froze, heart pounding. My mind tried to rationalize hiker, animal, deer, anything, but the steps were deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. I grabbed the old baseball bat I had brought from home, walking carefully to the window and peering out. The fog was thick, swirling around the trees, hiding everything beyond a few meters. I couldn't see anyone. I spent the entire morning scanning the woods, staying near the windows, waiting, listening. By afternoon, I thought it had passed. Maybe just the wind tricking my ears or some small animal. But that night, I realized it hadn't. I was sitting near the fireplace, the fire crackling, when I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. The hair on my neck stood on end. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside to investigate, careful to keep the cabin between me and the woods. There was nothing. No prints, no disturbed leaves, no sign of anyone having been near. But the sense of being watched persisted. Every shadow seemed too deep, every sound too sharp. I locked the doors and barricaded the windows with extra boards, the noise of hammering echoing through the quiet forest. Over the next 2 days, the tension mounted. I stayed close to the cabin, rarely stepping outside. I avoided the woods entirely, not even to retrieve firewood. Each night, the footsteps returned, circling closer, always just beyond the tree line. I never saw anyone, but I could feel the presence. My food was running low, and I knew I had to make a decision soon. I had a small gas can in the shed for emergencies, but I had no idea if it would be enough to last until someone found me. My phone had 1 bar, barely enough to send a text if I timed it correctly. Sleep was minimal, my eyes constantly scanning the dark for any movement. On the 7th day, I made my move. I packed the essentials: food, water, clothing, flashlight, the bat, and the gas can. I left the cabin quietly before dawn, hoping the early light and thick fog would give me cover. As I moved through the forest, I felt the presence again, the awareness that I was not alone. Branches cracked under my feet, leaves rustled, and I moved faster, adrenaline pumping. At one point, I swore I saw a figure slip between the trees, just a shadow, but unmistakable. My pace increased. The path was muddy, uneven, but I focused on every step, careful not to trip. After what felt like hours, I reached the main road. The sun had started to rise, spilling light across the landscape, and with it, the fear began to lift slightly. I flagged down a passing car, and the driver took me into the nearest town. The sense of relief was overwhelming. I was alive, unharmed, and free from the oppressive isolation and the unknown presence in the woods. I later returned to the cabin with local authorities. There were no signs of forced entry or other people staying there recently, but the forest was dense, and footprints would have been hard to follow. I never discovered exactly what had been circling the cabin, but the experience left a lasting impact. I had underestimated the isolation, the vulnerability, and the primal fear that comes with being alone in the deep woods. In the end, I sold the cabin, deciding that solitude didn't need to come with constant anxiety. I still hike and spend time in nature, but always in well-trafficked areas, always aware of my surroundings, and always respecting the quiet power of the wilderness. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea was simple enough. Leave the city behind for a week, disappear into the woods, and get some time alone. My life had become a loop of work, screens, and obligations, and the thought of being completely disconnected appealed to me. I rented a small cabin far from any town, somewhere in the northern mountains where the roads were barely marked and cell service was unreliable. I wanted silence, solitude, and the kind of isolation that only comes when no one is around for miles. I didn't expect fear, at least not the kind that comes from other people. The drive there was long, twisting through narrow roads flanked by dense pine forests. Even in late summer, the air had a damp, earthy smell, like moss and wet bark. I remember feeling a little thrill as I turned onto the unpaved road that led to the cabin. The forest grew thicker, taller, and darker, and the hum of the engine seemed louder against the sudden quiet. My GPS stopped working somewhere along the way, which I expected, but it also added an edge of unease I hadn't considered. When I finally reached the cabin, I was alone, truly alone. The clearing it sat in was small, bordered on three sides by towering trees, and the fourth side opened onto a thin, dark stream that wound its way into the woods. The cabin itself was rustic but solid. Its wooden walls were weathered, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle, but it had all the essentials. A small kitchen with a gas stove, a living area with a stone fireplace, a bathroom, and a loft bedroom. It smelled faintly of old wood and damp, like the cabin had been closed up for a while. I dropped my bag, stretched, and looked around. The silence was complete. There was no wind, no birds, no rustle of small animals, only the distant, irregular sound of the stream. I spent the first day getting settled. I unpacked my things, checked the kitchen supplies, and lit a fire in the fireplace. I wanted to feel comfortable here, and at first I did. The fire crackled, shadows flickered across the walls, and I could hear the faint drip of water from the cabin's eaves. I made a small dinner and ate slowly, savoring the quiet. I remember thinking that nothing could touch me here, and that sense of safety settled over me like a warm blanket. Night fell, and it was darker than I had expected. Without the glow of town lights, the sky seemed immense, black, and endless. I went to bed early, feeling exhausted from the drive and the unpacking. The bed in the loft was narrow but comfortable, and for a while I slept well. But in the middle of the night, I woke to a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the air was still. It was a faint tapping, like someone or something was walking slowly across the boards outside the cabin. My heart began to pound. I stayed still, listening. The tapping stopped, then began again, this time closer, slower. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound didn't quite fit. It was deliberate, like someone testing the cabin walls, finding their way around. I lay in bed for what felt like hours, straining to hear, my mind racing. I didn't want to look outside. I didn't want to know. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, and I fell back asleep, though the sleep was light and restless. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, full of uneven ground and tangled underbrush. I kept a backpack with water, snacks, a map, and a small hatchet. The more I walked, the more I noticed the silence. There were no birds, no rustle of leaves in the breeze. Even the stream sounded smaller, muted. Something about it made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside, blaming nerves or fatigue. That night, the tapping returned. Louder this time and more insistent. Couldn't ignore it. I crept to the window and peered out. The darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. I couldn't see anyone. No movement, no shape, nothing. But the tapping continued, moving around the perimeter of the cabin, pausing in one spot before moving again. My stomach twisted with fear. For the first time, I considered the possibility that someone had followed me here. I spent the night trying to stay awake, listening for any sound. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart leap. I began imagining all sorts of scenarios, none of them pleasant. The tapping would stop when I held my breath, then resume as soon as I relaxed. I felt trapped in a cage of darkness, alone and vulnerable. The following day, I decided to take precautions. I secured the doors and windows as best I could and found an old hunting knife in a drawer in the cabin. I kept it with me constantly. I also marked a few escape routes through the forest, thinking about how I would get out if someone tried to break in. Despite these measures, the unease never left. Every shadow seemed to move, every noise amplified in the dense, quiet forest. By the third night, I could no longer tell if the tapping was real or a product of my imagination. The exhaustion and fear were relentless, gnawing at my mind. I started keeping a small fire burning all night, even though it was unsafe, just to feel a little more secure. I began rationing food, drinking water sparingly, and planning every step in case I had to flee. One morning, I ventured farther than before, hoping the act of moving would help clear my mind. As I walked along a narrow trail, I noticed fresh footprints in the soft soil. They were large, human, and heading toward the cabin. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching. I backtracked quickly, my heart racing, and returned to the cabin. Everything inside seemed normal, but I could no longer ignore the possibility that I wasn't alone. For the next day, I stayed inside, checking the perimeter constantly. I realized the tapping might have been the first warning, a way to intimidate me, test my presence. That night, I heard it again, and this time I was ready. I stayed near the door with the knife in hand, watching the shadows flicker outside. The tapping continued, moving along the side of the cabin. Felt like it lasted hours. When it finally stopped, I didn't sleep. The following morning, I resolved to leave. I couldn't stay here any longer. I packed everything quickly, moving with a sense of urgency I hadn't felt before. As I loaded the car, I noticed more footprints around the clearing, too many to count, circling the cabin in a way that made me shiver. Someone had been here all along, watching me, waiting. I drove away as fast as I could, keeping my eyes on the rearview mirror. The forest seemed endless, and every shadow and bend in the road felt threatening. By the time I reached the nearest town, my hands were raw from gripping the steering wheel, and I was shaking uncontrollably. I reported the cabin to the authorities, explaining that someone had been stalking it. They investigated and confirmed the cabin had been broken into multiple times in the past months. Other visitors had similar experiences. Sounds at night, signs of someone nearby, items moved or tampered with. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The fear, the silence, and the realization that someone had been so close to me for days without my knowing left a mark. But at the same time, I felt a strange relief. I had survived, escaped, and learned to trust my instincts. I hadn't spoken to anyone while I was there, hadn't called for help, and yet I had found a way out. Eventually, I returned to normal life, but I never went back to that cabin. The forest, which had seemed beautiful and serene, became a reminder of vulnerability. I learned to respect isolation, to be cautious, and to never underestimate the presence of others. I never forgot the tapping, the footprints, or the silent observation. And though the memory brings a chill, I also feel a quiet pride in having survived something so real, so human, and so terrifying. I had been planning this trip for months, thinking it would be a simple weekend getaway, a break from the constant noise and pressure of work and the city. The idea was to stay alone in a small cabin I had rented deep in the woods, somewhere far from roads and towns, where I could disconnect, read, sleep, and just breathe. I had found the listing online, a rustic log cabin surrounded by pine trees, with a small creek nearby. The photos looked peaceful, serene even, with sunlight streaming through the tall trees, reflecting on the water. I imagined mornings walking in the mist along the creek, afternoons reading by the small fireplace inside the cabin, nights spent in silence except for the occasional owl or the wind moving through the trees. The drive there was longer than I expected, winding through narrow, uneven dirt roads, past abandoned-looking houses and stretches of forest that felt oddly empty. At first, I found the isolation comforting, but as the miles passed, I noticed how quiet it was. Not the kind of quiet that's soft and relaxing, but a thick, heavy quiet that pressed against the windows and even my chest, making it feel like the world beyond the car didn't exist. By the time I arrived, the sun was low, golden light filtering through the tall pines and casting long shadows over the uneven ground surrounding the cabin. The cabin itself was even smaller than I imagined. It had the weathered look of something that had been there for decades. The wood darkened and cracked in places, but it was sturdy. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and the smell hit me immediately. A mixture of damp wood, dust, and the faint but unmistakable odor of mildew. Inside, the space was tight. There was a small kitchen area with a sink, a stove, and a fridge that hummed quietly. A table with 2 chairs stood in one corner, and beyond that, a narrow hallway led to a tiny bedroom and a bathroom. Everything felt old but functional. I unpacked my bag, moved things around, and took a long look out of the small window in the kitchen. The creek glittered faintly in the fading light, and the shadows between the trees were growing longer, darker, almost liquid in the way they moved. I spent the evening preparing food, lighting the fireplace, and trying to settle into a sense of calm. I reminded myself constantly that I had chosen this, that I had wanted solitude. By the time night fell, the cabin was lit only by the fire and a small lantern I had brought, casting flickering shadows on the walls. It was beautiful at first, the kind of quiet that lets you notice every small detail. The way the wind brushed through the trees, the occasional splash of water from the creek, the distant sound of a bird settling for the night. But hours passed, and the quiet began to feel oppressive. Every crack in the wood, every rustle of leaves outside sounded amplified, each noise a sharp, unfamiliar intruder into the silence. Around midnight, I realized that the creek, which had seemed peaceful all day, was now just a dark, formless presence beyond the window. The shadows in the trees moved differently than they had before, more abrupt, faster, like something was shifting between them. I told myself it was nothing, the wind, maybe a deer passing, but my body was tense, every muscle ready, and I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The thought was irrational. I was alone, miles from anyone, no one could be out here, but my mind refused to rest. I tried reading, tried listening to music, anything to distract myself, but the noises outside kept breaking my concentration. The snap of a branch, the brush of something against leaves, the distant thud that could have been a falling log. Sleep came only fitfully. I would drift off and wake with a start at every minor sound, my heart racing, the room suddenly darker than before. At some point, I must have dozed longer because I woke to the sound of something sliding across the wooden porch outside. I froze. It was subtle, but it was there, the soft scraping of something moving across the boards. I told myself it was the wind, but then I realized the door to the cabin, which I had double-checked, was latched and locked. My mind spun possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. I wanted to leave, to drive back to the safety of the town, but I was too exhausted and too disoriented to act immediately. I spent the next hour moving carefully around the cabin, checking every corner, the windows, the locks, my hands shaking despite my attempts to stay calm. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of forced entry, no footprints on the porch, no items disturbed inside. And yet, the feeling persisted, a gnawing sense that someone or something had been there, had been observing. I decided, reluctantly, to return to the bedroom and try to sleep again, telling myself that perhaps I had imagined it, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. Morning did not bring the relief I expected. The sun illuminated the same trees, the same creek, but now I noticed details I had ignored the day before. A broken branch leaning against the porch, faint scratches on the wood near the door, subtle depressions in the dirt where footprints might have been. I felt exposed in a way I had never felt in my life, every sense alert, scanning, predicting. I walked around the cabin perimeter, trying to convince myself nothing had happened, but the unease remained. The rest of that day passed in a tense, constant vigilance. I avoided going too far from the cabin, stayed near the door, and kept the fire burning even though it made the cabin stuffy and smoky. I moved slowly, deliberately, aware of every sound outside, every movement in the corner of my vision. By evening, the oppressive feeling had intensified. I could no longer tell whether the sounds were natural, the wind, the creek, the small animals in the forest, or whether there was someone or something moving just beyond the reach of the windows. The forest had become a living, watching presence, and I could not escape it. That night, I heard footsteps again, heavier this time, deliberate, moving around the cabin. My instinct screamed at me to flee, but I knew the surrounding forest was dense and disorienting. I would be lost before I reached the road. I grabbed my small camping knife, keeping close to the bedroom, listening. The footsteps stopped. I waited, breath held, for what felt like hours. Then silence. Exhausted and terrified, I dozed again, my body unable to maintain the tension, only to wake once more to the same scraping sound across the porch. This time, I could see movement. A dark figure ducking between the trees, far enough that it was unclear, but close enough that I knew someone had been there. Panic surged, and I realized that staying put would only increase my vulnerability. I needed a plan, a real one. I spent the next hours gathering supplies, food, water, my phone, flashlight, batteries, and prepared to leave at first light. I did not sleep properly that night, the darkness outside now seeming like it could hide anything. Morning brought a heavy fog that rolled across the creek and through the trees. Visibility was low, and I realized that moving carefully was crucial. I checked the doors, latched everything, and stepped outside, staying close to the cabin at first. No signs of movement immediately around me, but the prints in the mud and the broken branches confirmed my suspicion. Someone had been close, possibly watching while I slept. I forced myself to keep calm, focusing on the road I had driven in, keeping track of landmarks so I would not get lost. The walk back to my car was tense and slow. Every sound of breaking branches, every rustle of leaves made me jump. At one point, I thought I saw someone moving in the fog between the trees, but when I turned fully, nothing was there. My pace quickened, heart hammering. I reached the dirt road and finally saw the familiar outline of my car. Relief washed over me, but I did not relax until I had locked the cabin behind me, started the engine, and pulled onto the main road. The drive back was long, but safer. The forest receded, replaced by signs of civilization, other cars, power lines, houses. By the time I returned to my apartment, daylight fully upon the city, I felt physically drained and emotionally raw. I realized the danger had not been in the forest itself, but in the isolation, the lack of anyone nearby, and the very real possibility that someone had been stalking me, observing me while I slept. In the days that followed, I reported the incident to the local authorities, providing the cabin's location, the photos of the prints and broken branches, and my description of the events. They took it seriously, confirming that the area had seen occasional break-ins and that cabins like mine, isolated and far from neighbors, were sometimes targeted. I stopped going into the woods alone, avoided isolated cabins, and became more cautious even on short trips outside. The experience left a lasting impression, a reminder that the wilderness is not only quiet and beautiful, but also unforgiving, and that solitude can be dangerous when there are real threats lurking unseen. Over time, the fear lessened, but I never forgot the sensation of someone watching me, the oppressive quiet, and the way every sound seemed. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, ever since I found the cabin online. It was advertised as a remote retreat in the middle of the forest, miles away from the nearest road, perfect for someone like me who wanted to escape the constant noise and pressure of the city. I didn't want anyone around, no distractions, no schedules. I wanted silence, and the kind of isolation that made you feel small and aware in a way the city never could. The pictures online were appealing. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of old, weathered logs with a stone chimney and a porch that overlooked a pond. The surrounding forest looked dense and wild, the kind of place where deer moved in the morning mist and birds sang in unpredictable rhythms. It seemed peaceful, almost unreal, and I had convinced myself that spending a week there alone would be restorative. The drive out there was long. My car rattled over uneven back roads, winding past fields that had been overtaken by tall grass, and then into thick woods where the trees arched overhead, forming tunnels of shadow. I had planned my arrival for late afternoon, hoping to get the cabin settled before it got dark, but I hadn't counted on how slow the last stretch of road would be. It wasn't a proper road anymore, more like a narrow track carved through the forest, uneven and covered in loose rocks and fallen branches. I had to drive carefully, and even then, I scraped the underside of my car once or twice on hidden stones. By the time I arrived, the sun was already dipping toward the horizon, casting long, orange streaks through the trees. The cabin itself was exactly as it looked online, though somehow more immediate and solid. Up close, I could see the cracks in the logs, the way the wood had darkened with age, and the faint lines of smoke residue around the chimney, evidence of past winters spent burning fires inside. The porch boards creaked under my weight, but I didn't mind. I unloaded my bags and tried to take stock of everything before night fell. Inside, it smelled faintly of wood and smoke, and there was a thin layer of dust on every surface. It was simple: a small kitchen area, a living space with a couch and a wood-burning stove, a bathroom, and a lofted sleeping area with a narrow bed. The windows were large and clear, giving a full view of the trees outside. I unpacked slowly, trying to absorb the feeling of being entirely alone. As the light faded, I started a fire in the stove. The first few logs smoked badly, but eventually the flames took, warming the cabin and illuminating it in a soft, flickering light. I had brought canned food, a small camping stove in case I ran out of firewood, and plenty of water. I checked my phone, just out of habit, but there was no signal. That was expected. The cabin was far from any town or service, which was exactly why I had come. I told myself that this was good, part of the experience. No distractions, no outside noise, just me, the cabin, and the forest. Night came quickly. I ate a simple dinner, sitting by the fire with a blanket around my shoulders, watching shadows dance across the walls. The forest outside was dark, dense, and absolute. I could hear animals moving, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but nothing close, nothing threatening, just the normal sounds of the woods at night. First, it was comforting, felt alive and natural. Then, just as I was about to settle into the lofted bed, I noticed it, a movement outside one of the windows, along the edge of the forest near the pond. At first, I thought it was a deer, but the shape didn't match. It was hunched over, moving slowly and deliberately. I froze. My heart started to beat faster, but I told myself it was probably a bear or some other large animal. Bears were common in this area, I reminded myself. I watched carefully. The shape seemed to pause, as if aware it was being observed, and then it moved again, this time disappearing behind the trees. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was different, that it had a purpose I couldn't understand. I locked the cabin door and checked the windows, making sure everything was secured. I had a pocket knife, a flashlight, and a small hatchet by the door. Not much, but more than nothing. I forced myself to calm down and went to bed, telling myself that I was probably just seeing things in the shadows. The wind moved through the trees, and the occasional distant animal cry filled the night. I drifted into a fitful sleep, always half-conscious, aware of the dark beyond the windows. The next morning, I woke early. The sky was pale and overcast, the kind of gray that made the forest feel colder than it really was. I built a fire and made some coffee on the small camping stove. The air was crisp, and everything smelled faintly of wet earth and pine. I decided to explore the immediate area, to see the pond and check for any animal tracks that might explain the movement I had seen the night before. Walking through the forest, I noticed signs that something large had passed through recently. Broken branches, deep depressions in the soft earth, and claw marks on several trees. They weren't deer tracks. The spacing, the depth, the size, it had to be something much larger, something potentially dangerous. I considered turning back, but my curiosity pushed me forward. I kept the hatchet in my hand, ready, moving carefully through the underbrush. The pond came into view, still and reflective, with a layer of mist hovering over it. I circled it slowly, looking for more tracks. Some were human-sized. Panic rose slowly in my chest. I realized that someone could be nearby, hiding, watching. The isolation that had seemed so inviting the day before now felt threatening. I returned to the cabin as quickly as I could, staying alert. When I reached it, I checked every entry point again. Nothing seemed disturbed. I tried to convince myself it was probably nothing, but a part of me knew that wasn't true. Over the next 2 days, I kept a constant watch. Every noise, every shadow, every movement outside the cabin set my nerves on edge. I moved quietly, avoided leaving unnecessary traces, and stalked the firewood close to the door. I never left the cabin without making sure I had some kind of weapon in hand. One afternoon, I saw him, or her, a person, crouched among the trees, watching the cabin. I froze, holding my breath, trying to get a clear view. The figure was too far to identify clearly, but the intent was unmistakable. They were observing me, waiting. I had to make a decision quickly. I considered leaving, but the car was parked at the end of the rough road, and any attempt to drive away could be noticed. I didn't know if this person was armed or dangerous. I decided to hide, to remain inside the cabin, and to fortify the space. I stacked firewood against the windows, blocked the porch with furniture, and stayed in the loft, watching the forest through the smallest gaps I could find. I slept in bursts, always with one ear tuned to the sounds outside. On the 4th day, the person, or maybe more than one, made a move. I saw footprints leading up to the cabin, shallow and cautious, but deliberate. They had circled the building, leaving marks that suggested they were assessing it, looking for a weakness. I stayed completely still, heart pounding. They lingered for hours, then finally moved back into the forest. I realized that they were watching for a chance to get inside, to take whatever they thought was valuable or worse. I stayed in that state of tension for the next 2 days. I rationed food carefully, kept the fire going, and avoided making noise. Every snap of a branch outside, every rustle in the leaves made my stomach drop. The fear was exhausting, gnawing at me from the inside. I started imagining scenarios. Someone breaking in, ambushing me, taking everything. I couldn't relax for a moment. The isolation that had once felt peaceful now felt like a trap. On the 7th day, I knew I had to act. I couldn't stay there forever, and I couldn't leave blindly. I gathered supplies, made sure the car was ready, and waited until dusk, when the visibility in the forest would be low but the roads still passable. I kept the hatchet in my lap and the flashlight on the seat beside me. I started the engine, quietly, and drove slowly along the uneven track, eyes scanning constantly. Branches scraped against the sides of the car, rocks bounced under the tires, and I felt every second of it. The drive back was tense. I saw shadows moving along the edges of the road, signs that someone had been following or watching, but I didn't stop. The further I drove, the more the forest thinned, until finally the road opened onto a paved surface. Relief washed over me. I reached a small town, parked in a well-lit area, and called the authorities. I reported the cabin and the signs of someone lurking nearby. They promised to check it out. I stayed in town that night, sleeping in a motel with locks on every door, finally allowing myself to feel safe. In the weeks afterward, I learned that the cabin had been the target of multiple break-ins, and the area had been used by transient individuals seeking shelter. I had been lucky. What I thought would be a peaceful retreat had almost turned into a dangerous situation. I had always liked the idea of being alone in the woods, away from the city, away from the constant noise and obligations. The cabin I found online seemed perfect. Remote, accessible only by a long dirt road that twisted through dense forest, small but sturdy, and far from any neighbors. I had done my research. I checked maps, read reviews, and made sure I had all the supplies I might need for a week-long stay. The first time I drove up the dirt road, I noticed how quiet it was. Not the peaceful kind of quiet where you hear birds or the wind rustling leaves, but a different kind of quiet. The quiet that pressed against your ears, that made you notice the smallest sound of your own breathing, the crunch of tires over loose gravel. The cabin itself was simple. One floor, wooden walls, a sloped roof, a small porch, and a chimney that promised a wood stove inside. The paint was faded, but the structure looked solid. Around it, the forest was thick, dark, and endless. Pine trees crowded the edges of the property, and underbrush grew in tangles. I parked my car near the porch, took a deep breath, and started unloading my supplies. Water, food, firewood, blankets, first aid kit, tools, flashlight, batteries, all the basics I knew I would need. I wanted to be ready no matter what. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, wood, and the faint hint of mildew. It was small, maybe 30 by 30 feet, with a main living space, a tiny kitchen, one bedroom, and a bathroom. I opened the windows to air it out, swept the floor, wiped the counters, and stacked the firewood neatly near the stove. I unpacked my clothes and food, checked the water supply, and made sure the propane for the stove was full. Everything seemed fine, perfectly normal. The first night was strange, but not alarming. I cooked dinner, drank a little coffee, and sat on the porch with a blanket wrapped around me. The sun set slowly behind the trees, and the forest swallowed the light. I could hear branches snapping in the distance, small animals moving through the underbrush, maybe deer or raccoons. I went to bed early, laying on the old mattress with clean sheets I had brought. I had trouble sleeping at first, mostly because the silence was so heavy, but eventually exhaustion overcame my unease. The next morning, I woke early, around 6, because the sunlight came through the gaps in the blinds. I made coffee, boiled some water, and sat on the porch watching the forest wake up. Birds started calling, squirrels darted across the branches, and the wind stirred the needles of the pines. It was peaceful, too peaceful. I felt a flicker of unease, a sense that something about this isolation was different from what I had expected. I brushed it off as imagination. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I chopped firewood, cooked simple meals, read books, and walked the small trails around the cabin. The forest was alive with sounds, but always at a distance. I noticed the occasional deer watching me from the edge of the trees, a fox slipping through the undergrowth, birds swooping overhead. Everything seemed normal, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching me, that I was intruding in a place that had never seen a human like me before. It was on the 4th night that things started to change. I had gone to bed later than usual, after a long walk and a heavier than usual meal. Around midnight, I woke to a sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was the wind against the cabin, or maybe a branch brushing the roof. I listened carefully. The tapping continued, slow, deliberate, and irregular, like something tapping against the wood outside. My heart rate quickened, and I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe an animal, a bird, a raccoon, something natural. I got out of bed and crept to the window. I peered through the glass, but all I could see was darkness. The porch light cast a small circle of illumination, But beyond that, nothing. No movement, no shapes, just black. I went back to bed, trying to ignore the sound, but it persisted, fading in and out. Every time it stopped, I thought it was gone, and then it would start again. The rhythm was deliberate, almost intelligent, and it made me uneasy in a way that the earlier forest sounds never had. By the 5th day, I was starting to feel tense. I moved cautiously, double-checked the locks, and kept a heavy stick near the bed. The tapping had returned during the night, louder and closer this time, coming from the side of the cabin. I went outside with my flashlight, sweeping the beams across the trees, the ground, the underbrush. Nothing. The forest was still. No animal tracks, no footprints, no sign of anything unusual. The wind was calm, and the moonlight cast pale shadows, but the sense of being watched lingered. I tried to rationalize it. I had read about wildlife marking territory, about raccoons and owls and woodpeckers making noises at night. That was probably it. Still, the instinct in my gut told me to be careful, to stay alert. I inspected the perimeter of the cabin, making sure windows were secure, checking the back for any signs of tampering. There was nothing. Yet, when I returned inside, I could hear faint noises, the creak of the floorboards as though someone or something was walking just outside. On the 6th day, I decided to take a longer walk into the woods, farther than I had before. I wanted to see if anything was out there, if the forest had more to it than I had imagined. I packed water, a flashlight, and my pocket knife, and followed a trail that twisted through thick pines and underbrush. The forest grew denser as I went, and the sunlight dimmed beneath the canopy. I kept an eye on the ground for animal tracks and signs of movement, and I thought I heard faint rustling to my left and right, but every time I turned, there was nothing. Hours passed. I realized I had wandered further than I intended, and the trail became less distinct. I stopped frequently, marking my path, but the forest was confusing. Every tree looked the same. Every path seemed to curve and loop back on itself. A creeping unease built in my chest. I had been so careful, so meticulous, but the forest could be deceptive. I felt small and exposed, aware that a misstep could leave me lost. Eventually, I found a small clearing with a rocky stream running through it. I drank some water, ate a small snack, and rested. I had no desire to push further. The sun was beginning to lower in the sky, and I needed to find my way back. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to have changed. Branches that I thought I had passed were now in different positions. Rocks and fallen logs were shifted. I realized, with rising panic, that I might be lost. I tried to stay calm. I checked my map and compass. I knew the cabin was roughly north of my position. I started walking, using the compass to guide me, but as the sun sank lower, the shadows grew long and the forest darker. Every sound made me jump. A snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an animal. My heart pounded, sweat ran down my face, and my legs ached. Hours passed, and the cabin was nowhere in sight. I was disoriented, tired, and scared. As night fell, I found a small overhang of rocks and decided to stay there until morning. I built a small fire, careful not to let the smoke give away my position, and huddled close, wrapping myself in a blanket. I thought about my situation. I had food and water for a short time, but I could not stay lost in the forest indefinitely. Panic began to creep in, but I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think logically. I would follow the compass, move carefully, and not give up. The night was long and frightening. Every noise seemed amplified, the howl of distant animals, the rustle of leaves, the creak of branches. Sleep was fitful, interrupted by fear and the cold. I kept my knife close, my eyes scanning the darkness. Hours passed like this, each minute stretching endlessly. When dawn came, I was exhausted, cold, and stiff, but the first rays of sunlight gave me hope. I started walking again, heading north, following the compass. I took careful note of landmarks, marking trees with small scratches in the bark to track my path. Hunger and thirst were gnawing at me, but the desire to get back to the cabin kept me moving. I stumbled over roots, slid on loose rocks, and fought through thick underbrush. The forest seemed to resist me, each step a challenge, but eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. Relief washed over me in waves. I moved faster, almost running, until I was back on the small dirt road leading to the cabin. I checked the perimeter, and everything seemed normal. The tapping noises I had heard before were gone, and the cabin looked as unchanged as I had left it. I went inside, locked the doors, and collapsed on the bed. I was shaken, exhausted, and still tense, but safe. Over the next few days, I took extra I had planned the trip for months, carefully plotting every detail of the escape from the city. The idea was simple: leave behind the noise, the people, the constant hum of urgency, and spend a week in a remote cabin deep in the forest. I wanted silence, time alone, and a chance to disconnect completely. I had never stayed in a cabin this isolated before, but the pictures online made it seem perfect. A modest wooden structure, tucked into a hollow surrounded by dense pine trees, a small creek running just past the clearing, and no other buildings for miles. I didn't know the owner personally, but the rental arrangement was straightforward and official, which gave me some comfort. I thought I had planned everything carefully, but nothing prepares you for true isolation when something goes wrong. The drive was long and uneventful at first, though the closer I got to the forest, the more the air felt different, cooler, almost heavier. The winding dirt road narrowed quickly, and I had to slow down to avoid rocks and exposed roots. The smell of pine grew stronger, a sharp, fresh scent that seemed almost alive. When I finally saw the cabin, it was even smaller than I imagined. The wood was weathered and darkened from years of exposure to the elements, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. Still, it had a charm, a ruggedness that promised solitude and peace. I parked the car, grabbed my bags, and walked up the short path to the cabin, feeling a mixture of excitement and unease. Even then, I noticed how silent it was. No birds, no wind rustling the trees, just a stillness that seemed almost unnatural in its intensity. Inside, the cabin was simple but livable. A small kitchen, a tiny living area with a couch that sagged in the middle, a single bedroom, and a bathroom with barely enough space to move around. The windows were small and framed with dark wood. Everything smelled faintly of damp and old wood, a reminder that it hadn't been lived in for months. I unpacked slowly, placing my things around the small space. I had brought food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries, and a small stove. I didn't need much, but I wanted to be prepared. The first night was quiet, almost eerily so. I lit a small fire in the fireplace, the crackling warmth filling the cabin, and tried to read a book to pass the time. Outside, I could hear nothing but the occasional snap of a branch, but even that was rare. The air felt tense, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off as nerves and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I woke early, the sunlight cutting through the small windows in sharp streaks. I brewed coffee on the stove and sat near the window, watching the forest. The isolation was intoxicating, at first peaceful, but gradually I started noticing things. The way the shadows shifted unnaturally, the way certain trees seemed to block the wind, making the air inside the clearing almost stagnant. By midday, I decided to explore. I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, and a pocket knife. The forest was dense, the ground soft with fallen pine needles, and the air smelled faintly of moss and decay. I wandered carefully, trying to map the area in my mind. There were signs of wildlife, tracks of deer, small scratches on tree bark from some larger animal, but nothing that made me uneasy yet. I kept telling myself it was normal, just part of the wilderness. As I ventured farther from the cabin, the sunlight faded under the thick canopy, leaving long shadows that shifted strangely as I walked. The deeper I went, the more I noticed that the forest seemed almost designed to disorient. Paths I thought I remembered vanished, replaced by dense undergrowth or fallen trees. At one point, I stumbled into a small clearing where I thought I had walked before, but nothing looked familiar. The cabin should have been visible, at least through the trees, but there was nothing. Panic started to creep in subtly, like a cold hand on my spine. I turned back the way I thought I had come, but the paths seemed wrong, twisted, or blocked. Every time I tried to retrace my steps, I ended up somewhere unfamiliar. It was quiet, almost too quiet, and the isolation began to feel oppressive. I told myself to stay calm, to remember the landmarks, but after an hour of wandering and doubling back, I realized I was completely lost. The sun dipped lower in the sky, and shadows stretched into long, dark fingers. I had no choice but to keep moving, hoping to find the cabin before night fell. I kept an eye on the sky, but the canopy was thick, letting only slivers of light through. My mind raced with scenarios, rational and irrational alike. What if I didn't find the cabin? The thought of spending the night alone, unprepared, in the middle of the forest filled me with a creeping dread. I tried to focus on survival, water, shelter, staying calm, but every sound made me flinch. A branch snapped nearby, probably from an animal, but my heart leapt into my throat. I kept moving, choosing directions that seemed vaguely familiar, all the while trying to mark my path by stacking small stones or breaking twigs, hoping that some semblance of order would guide me back. Night fell faster than I expected, and with it came a heavy, suffocating darkness. The forest became an endless black maze, shapes and shadows distorting in the weak beam of my flashlight. I stumbled over roots, slipped in mud, and fell more than once, scraping my hands and knees. My mind was a storm of fear and frustration. I thought about my car, my food, my warm bed, everything I had taken for granted, and realized how fragile safety really was. Every sound was amplified in the silence. The rush of the creek, the distant call of a bird I couldn't identify, the rustling of leaves. It felt like the forest was closing in, like it had a consciousness of its own. I tried to control my breathing, tried to slow my panicked thoughts, but the deeper the darkness, the harder it became. Eventually, I found a slightly elevated patch of ground and decided to stop and rest. I had no choice but to stay put until I figured out my next move. I drank water, checked my flashlight, and sat with my back against a tree, trying to calm myself. Hours seemed to stretch into eternity. Then, something shifted in the forest, a movement subtle but unmistakable. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other animal. My mind wanted to rationalize it. But as I focused, I realized it wasn't moving like an animal. It was deliberate, slow, cautious, and moving in my direction. My heart hammered, and I gripped my knife tighter, the cold steel pressing against my palm. The thought of an actual person in these woods, this far from civilization, was terrifying. I had no signal on my phone, no way to call for help. My mind spun with possibilities, all grim. The figure never stepped into the clearing fully, never revealed itself completely, just watched, always staying just at the edge of visibility. I didn't sleep that night, instead alternating between scanning the perimeter and trying to stay silent. By the time the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I realized I had to move again. The figure was gone, but the fear had not left me. I picked a direction that seemed most promising, relying on memory and instinct. I walked for what felt like hours, every muscle screaming with exhaustion. Eventually, I stumbled onto a path that looked artificially made, almost like an old logging trail. It was narrow and overgrown, but it gave me hope. I followed it, every step bringing a mixture of relief and anxiety. I kept expecting something to emerge from the shadows again. The path twisted and turned, but eventually, I saw a clearing, a familiar clearing. My heart leapt. There, through the trees, I could see the cabin, small and weathered, just as I had left it. Relief flooded me like a wave, and for the first time in 24 hours, I felt safe. Back in the cabin, I cleaned my scrapes and checked my supplies. I rebuilt the fire, letting the warmth soothe my trembling body. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how a simple choice to wander had turned into a near disaster. The experience left a mark, a respect for the forest I hadn't fully understood before. I spent the rest of the day securing the cabin, making sure doors and windows were locked, gathering extra firewood, and planning an emergency route in case I ever got lost again. I took extra care to mark the trails clearly, using rocks, broken branches, and markings on trees so I would never be caught off guard. The nights afterward were still tense, and I slept lightly, always listening, always aware of the forest beyond the walls. But the fear was tempered by preparedness, and by the time I left the cabin, I carried with me not just memories of terror, but lessons in survival, caution, and respect for the isolation of nature. I had been planning the trip for months, but nothing could have truly prepared me for what unfolded in that cabin deep in the woods. I had rented it through a small online listing, one of those barely known sites where a local owner posts a place for a weekend getaway. The pictures made it look rustic but comfortable. A small wooden structure, weathered but sturdy, surrounded by dense forest and a narrow stream cutting through the trees a few hundred feet away. I had convinced myself that this was exactly what I needed. A week away from the noise of the city, away from people, and away from everything that made life feel claustrophobic. The thought of sitting by a fireplace, reading books, and cooking simple meals on an old stove seemed peaceful, calming, the perfect escape. But as I drove up the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin, the trees growing denser on either side, I began to notice how isolated it really was. No other houses, no sounds of cars, no lights in the distance. Just the wind brushing through the branches and the occasional crack of twigs under my tires. The cabin itself was more remote than I expected. The driveway ended abruptly at a small clearing, barely enough space for a car. I parked and stepped out, my boots sinking slightly into the damp dirt. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. It was cold for late spring, a kind of chill that seeped into your bones if you weren't moving. I lugged my bags toward the front door, the wood of the porch creaking under my weight. The door opened with some effort, the lock stiff from disuse, but inside, it was exactly as the photos had shown. The floors were wooden and uneven in spots, the walls lined with shelves and hooks, and a small fireplace dominated the main room. A few candles were scattered around, dusty but usable. A stack of firewood sat neatly beside the hearth, and the kitchen area was small but functional, with a sink, a propane stove, and a tiny refrigerator humming quietly. It smelled faintly of old wood and something I couldn't identify at first, a musty, almost metallic scent that I hoped would fade once I aired the place out. I spent the first hour unpacking, arranging my things, and inspecting the cabin. The windows were single-paned and offered views of the forest in every direction. There were 2 bedrooms, a tiny bathroom, and a loft that could be used as extra sleeping space. I opened the windows and let the fresh air in, trying to shake off the lingering scent. As the sunlight started to fade, I lit the fireplace, stacking logs carefully and igniting a small flame. The fire took quickly, and soon the room was warm, the smell of burning wood mingling with the dampness outside. I cooked a simple meal, canned beans, some bread, and a boiled egg, and ate by the window, watching the last light disappear into the forest. That first night, I went to bed early, feeling content and tired from the drive. But it was not long before I realized that the sounds of the forest at night were not at all like the gentle, soothing noises I had imagined. Every rustle, every crack of a branch, seemed louder inside the stillness of the cabin. At first, I told myself it was just the wind, the natural sounds of wildlife. But as I lay awake, I began to notice patterns. Soft scraping near the windows, faint thumps on the roof. I tried to rationalize it. Squirrels, birds, a deer brushing against the cabin. Yet there was a sharpness to the noises, a cadence that made my stomach tighten. I could not sleep, and when I finally drifted off, it was shallow and fragmented, full of dreams that left me sweating. The next morning, I resolved to distract myself. I started by taking a walk around the property, following a narrow trail that led down to the stream I had glimpsed from the porch. The path was uneven, overgrown in parts, and I had to step carefully over roots and stones. The forest was dense and quiet, more quiet than I expected. Even birds seemed scarce. I reached the stream and sat for a while, listening to the water trickle over rocks. It was peaceful in its own way, but I felt an undercurrent of unease. There was a sense of being watched, though when I turned, there was nothing but trees and shadows. I returned to the cabin, brushing off my pants, and tried to immerse myself in chores. Cleaning, chopping more firewood, organizing the cabin. I told myself that the isolation was part of the experience and that it was supposed to be calming. But every time I paused, I could hear that faint scratching or thumping somewhere outside. I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe raccoons, maybe deer. Days passed like this, a strange combination of idyllic routines and creeping anxiety. I would spend the morning exploring the area, the afternoon reading or cooking, the evening by the fire. Each night, the noises grew bolder. Scratches at the walls, thumps on the roof, the sensation of something brushing near the windows. I kept checking the locks, making sure the doors were secure, but the sounds continued. I stopped leaving the windows open at night, even though the air became stifling. The cabin began to feel less like a retreat and more like a trap. Yet during the day, everything seemed normal. Sunlight filtered through the trees, birdsong occasionally broke the silence, and the forest seemed calm and serene. It was only at night that the tension returned, a subtle, pervasive dread that gnawed at me while I tried to sleep. One morning, I woke to a loud crash. Something heavy had fallen on the porch. My heart pounded as I peered out through the blinds. Sunlight illuminated nothing unusual, just the forest, the cabin, the clearing. But on the porch, a large branch had snapped and fallen. I sighed, relief and lingering fear mixing. I cleared it away and tried to resume my morning routine. But later that afternoon, I noticed something strange. Small footprints in the dirt around the cabin, not like animal tracks. They were human-shaped, small, but they led up to the cabin and disappeared at the edge of the trees. I froze, staring at them. I told myself someone could have passed by, maybe a local checking the property, but the remote location made that seem unlikely. I photographed them with my phone and debated calling someone, but there was no cell signal for miles. The only thing I could do was wait, stay alert, and hope that nothing escalated. That night, I barely slept. Every crack, every rustle felt magnified. Around midnight, I heard it again, scraping, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the cabin. My pulse shot up, and I grabbed the small hatchet I kept for chopping kindling. I moved silently to the window and peered out. The darkness was thick, almost palpable. I could make out nothing except shadows. Then, a movement caught my eye. A figure, crouched, moving near the treeline. I could not make out features, only the dark outline. I froze, heart hammering, mind racing. It stayed just beyond the clearing, watching, and then disappeared as silently as it had appeared. I stayed at the window until dawn, gripping the hatchet and listening for more sounds. None came. The sun finally rose, and the forest looked innocent again, deceptively normal, and I told myself that maybe I had imagined it, a trick of sleep deprivation and fear. But the footprints remained, and now they were closer, pressed into the dirt along the porch and leading to the back of the cabin. Over the next day, I planned my response carefully. I would not confront whoever or whatever had been outside, not directly. I reinforced the doors with additional locks and wedges, covered the windows as best I could with whatever boards and furniture I had. I carried the hatchet everywhere, sleeping near the door with it within reach. I avoided going outside after dark, only venturing to the porch in daylight to check firewood and collect water. I stopped trusting my own sense of security. The forest, which had seemed beautiful, now felt hostile, alien. The solitude I had sought became a cage, each tree a potential hiding place, each shadow a threat. The following night, the sounds began again, more deliberate this time. Scratches along the walls, thumps on the roof, and faint scraping around the back of the cabin. I stayed in the main room, hatchet in hand, listening. Hours passed without incident, then the scratching stopped. I assumed the figure had left, but I did not relax. Dawn broke slowly, painting the forest in pale light, and I dared to step outside. The ground was disturbed, tracks leading around the cabin and into the trees, too deliberate to be a deer or raccoon. I followed them cautiously, keeping the hatchet raised. The tracks led to a small ridge about 50 feet away, then disappeared into thick undergrowth. Whoever it was, they had been close enough to see inside, maybe even touch the cabin. I realized then that this was not random trespassing. Someone had been observing me, waiting, perhaps testing, for reasons I could not guess. I decided I needed to leave, but the car was buried under fallen branches along the driveway, and the road itself was rutted and muddy from recent rain. I spent the day clearing a path, my anxiety mounting with every snap of a twig or rustle in the trees. As night fell again, I had a plan. I would stay inside, awake, and leave at first. I had always thought that the best way to escape the constant noise of the city was to find a small cabin somewhere deep in the woods, a place where the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the distant call of birds. The idea had come to me during one particularly stressful week at work, where everything had felt like a relentless cycle of emails, meetings, and deadlines. I wanted nothing more than to be alone, to be surrounded by quiet and the smell of wood and pine, to have a place where I could think without interruption. So I found a cabin listed online, secluded, with no neighbors for miles. The pictures showed a small wooden building with a stone chimney, a porch that wrapped around the front, and a creek running behind it. Everything seemed perfect, and after some back and forth with the owner, I booked it for a week. I wanted solitude, and I thought this cabin would give me exactly that. The drive out to the cabin had taken longer than I expected. The directions took me along a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through thick forest, sometimes disappearing under low-hanging branches. At one point, I had to stop to move a fallen branch out of the way. The sun was setting as I finally arrived, and the cabin emerged from the trees, almost hidden until the last moment. It was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but still solid and well-maintained. The porch was covered in leaves, and the creek behind it gurgled quietly. I parked my car, unloaded my bag, and stepped inside. The cabin smelled faintly of pine and dust, with the lingering scent of old wood. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a stone fireplace, and a loft that served as a bedroom. Everything was simple but clean. I spent the first hour unpacking and exploring. I stacked firewood neatly near the fireplace and made sure the cabin's few appliances were in working order. The kitchen had a small gas stove, a refrigerator, and basic utensils. I had brought some groceries and a few cans of soup, along with fresh bread and fruit. It was comforting to know I could eat without needing to leave. I decided to light a fire, even though it was still warm outside, just to feel the cabin fully alive. As the flames began to crackle, the shadows in the room seemed to shift, stretching along the walls and across the ceiling. It was only me and the sound of fire, the quiet settling in layers around me. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it in the trees, a low groaning sound as the branches swayed and knocked against each other. Occasionally, a sharp gust rattled the windows. I had brought a flashlight and kept it on the table beside my bed. I tried to sleep, but every small sound, an animal moving outside, the creek flowing, the wind brushing the roof, kept pulling me awake. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard a tree snap, but I couldn't tell if it was close or far. I drifted in and out of sleep, each time waking to the same realization. I was alone, completely and utterly alone, surrounded by the forest that stretched endlessly in every direction. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, the trees tall and thick, the undergrowth tangled. The creek ran along the back, and I followed it for a short distance, the water cold and clear. I noticed the tracks of deer, maybe a raccoon or two, and the occasional bird flying overhead. Everything seemed calm and normal, yet the deeper I walked, the more I felt a tightness in my chest. The forest seemed to grow darker, as if the sunlight struggled to break through the canopy. I kept reminding myself that it was just my imagination, that I was used to city streets and bright lights, and this was simply a different kind of quiet. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The front door, which I had locked carefully, had scratches along the bottom edge, almost as if something had tried to push it open. I frowned, feeling my stomach twist. I had been careful. The cabin was supposed to be secure. I I checked the locks, the windows, even the back door that led to the porch. Everything seemed fine, but the scratches were undeniable. I didn't see any signs of an animal. No paw prints, no fur, but it unnerved me. I brushed it off as a passing raccoon or stray animal and decided to focus on keeping myself busy. Over the next day, I set about cleaning and organizing. I swept the floors, dusted the surfaces, and stacked more wood. I tried to enjoy myself, reading a book and making small meals. But there was an underlying tension I couldn't shake. Every noise made me pause. Every shadow in the corner of my eye seemed to move. I told myself it was paranoia, that the cabin was isolated, and my mind was filling in gaps where there was nothing. But by evening, the feeling of being watched had grown stronger. The second night, the wind returned, louder this time, and it carried a new sound. I first heard it faintly, a rustling beyond the creek, then closer, like footsteps moving deliberately through the underbrush. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. Then it started again, now in a different spot, moving slowly, methodically. I checked the windows, but the darkness outside was absolute. There was no shape, no figure, only the blackness of the forest and the faint glint of the creek. I considered calling someone, but the cell signal was weak at best. My phone could barely load a map, let alone call emergency services. I sat by the fire, trying to keep calm, telling myself it was probably a deer or another animal. But the pattern of the movement didn't feel natural. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. I barely slept that night. Every noise, every small crack of the cabin settling, made me sit up and strain my ears. At one point, I thought I heard a low growl, a human growl, but my mind could have been playing tricks. I got up and checked the doors again. Nothing. Every lock held. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, I decided to take a longer walk to clear my head. I moved deeper into the forest, staying near the creek, careful to mark my path so I could find my way back. The forest was beautiful in its own way, the sunlight breaking through leaves, the sound of water over stones. Yet I felt constantly aware, constantly alert. Each snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves made me tense. I found more animal tracks, but nothing that explained the noises from the night before. When I returned, I noticed something else. The woodpile I had stacked neatly had shifted slightly. A log that had been on top was now on the ground. My heart began to race. I checked the area carefully for signs of intrusion, but again, nothing. The scratches at the front door had deepened slightly, new marks that weren't there before. By the third night, I could no longer ignore the tension. I had brought a small camping knife, which I kept on my nightstand. I fortified the doors as best I could, stacking a few heavy objects in front of the windows. The wind was louder than ever, but I could hear other sounds now. Footsteps, shifting leaves, something moving around the cabin perimeter. I sat awake for hours, flashlight in hand, scanning the darkness outside. I saw nothing, yet the feeling of someone or something being just beyond the trees was overwhelming. I tried to breathe slowly, to calm myself, but the fear had a physical weight, pressing down on my chest. The following morning, I explored more cautiously. I stayed close to the cabin this time, checking the perimeter. I found more signs that someone or something had been moving around during the night. Footprints, disturbed leaves, the smell of smoke faintly in the air, as if someone had lit a small fire nearby. My stomach twisted. This was no animal. This was deliberate human activity. My mind raced with questions. Was someone living in the forest, watching the cabin? Were they dangerous? I considered leaving immediately, but the dirt road leading back to the main road was long and twisted, and leaving in daylight might expose me to whoever was out there. The fourth day was tense and exhausting. I stayed inside, pacing, keeping the fire going, checking the locks every hour. I rationed food and water, tried to keep busy with small tasks, but the sense of being watched never left me. Every sound outside made me jump. Shadows moved differently now, or at least it seemed that way. The air felt heavier, more oppressive. I realized I had underestimated just how isolated I was, how vulnerable. That night, the sounds came again. Footsteps circling the cabin, soft at first, then louder, more confident. I stayed crouched by the window, flashlight in hand. I could see nothing through the darkness, yet I knew someone was out there. I considered leaving the cabin, running, but the thought of venturing into the forest in the dark, with no idea where the road was, terrified me more. I waited, tense, every muscle ready. Hours passed. The sounds stopped. I didn't sleep, not really. By morning, I realized I had to do something. I gathered supplies: food, water, flashlight, knife. I would leave, but cautiously. I waited for daylight, then carefully moved toward my car. The forest was quiet now, eerily so. I checked the path behind me, the trees for movement, and tried to stay calm. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. The cabin was supposed to be a secluded escape, far from the noise of the city, tucked deep in a forest I had only seen from satellite images. The moment I turned off the main road onto the narrow dirt path, I realized how remote this place really was. The trees pressed close on either side, their thick branches forming an almost continuous canopy that dimmed the light even at midday. The air smelled damp and earthy, a mix of pine and decay, with a faint tang of something metallic, probably rust from old farm equipment left behind somewhere nearby. The GPS signal flickered once, twice, then disappeared completely. I reminded myself I hadn't come here for convenience. I had come here for isolation, to clear my mind and to be alone with my thoughts, far from everyone and everything. The drive took nearly an hour along that uneven, winding path. Loose stones skittered under my tires, making the car swerve slightly, and the potholes were deep enough that I had to slow to a crawl. Every time I hit a bump, I imagined something snapping under the car. An axle, a tire, anything, but nothing broke, and I kept moving forward. When the cabin finally came into view, it looked smaller and older than the photos had suggested. It was a modest structure of weathered wood, gray and black streaked from years of exposure, with a steep metal roof that gleamed faintly even through the clouded sunlight. The porch sagged on one side, as if the wood had given up and was slowly bowing under its own weight. A stack of chopped wood leaned against the side, and the single window facing the path reflected the forest like a dark mirror. The moment I stepped out of the car, the forest around me fell completely silent. There were no birds, no rustle of squirrels, nothing. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. I unloaded my bag slowly, each movement exaggerated in the quiet, and I noticed the air was heavy, thick with moisture that clung to my clothes. Every footstep on the soft earth sounded like a shout. I walked around the cabin, checking the structure. The door's lock turned without much effort, the hinges groaning faintly but still functional. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, faint mold, and something else, something faintly sour that I couldn't identify. I set my bag down on the worn floorboards and began unpacking. The cabin was sparse, with a single bed in the corner, a table that had clearly seen better days, and a small wood stove that looked usable but required cleaning. A kettle sat on top, its metal surface dulled and rust-speckled. I filled it with water from the tap, which gurgled reluctantly as I turned the valve and lit the stove. Steam began rising from the kettle, filling the room with a faint, clean warmth that contrasted with the chill seeping through the thin walls. The first night passed quietly, almost unnaturally so. I lay in bed listening to the forest outside, and at first, it seemed calming, the gentle sway of the trees in the wind, the distant drip of water from leaves. But as the hours ticked on, I realized that the silence was complete. There were no insects, no nocturnal animals, no distant sound of cars or planes. It was the kind of silence that pressed down on your chest, the kind that makes you question whether your mind is filling the emptiness with imaginary sounds. I kept my flashlight close, more out of habit than necessity, and tried to sleep, though I was aware of every creak and groan of the cabin settling, the occasional rattle of the window frame in the wind. The next morning, I woke early. A dense fog had rolled in overnight, and the trees beyond the cabin were veiled in a thick, almost tangible grayness. The path I had driven the day before was obscured, swallowed by the mist, and I realized that if something happened to my car, I would be stranded here indefinitely. I shook off the thought, reminding myself I had brought supplies: food, water, blankets, and tools. Still, the isolation weighed on me in a way I hadn't anticipated. It was not just solitude. It was the knowledge that the world I knew, the safety and structure of it, existed only miles away but could not reach me here. I spent the day exploring the immediate area around the cabin. The forest floor was littered with fallen branches and thick underbrush, and the trees were old, their trunks wide and gnarled, roots twisting above the surface. Every sound I made, the snap of a twig, the crunch of leaves, felt disproportionately loud. I noticed animal tracks in the mud. Large paw prints I couldn't identify, possibly a bear or a large dog, but the prints were old and partly washed away by the morning dew. Still, the realization that I was sharing the forest with creatures that could easily overpower me made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I returned to the cabin as dusk began to settle. The fog had thickened, curling around the base of the trees, swallowing the edges of the clearing where the cabin stood. I lit the stove again and prepared a simple meal, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. As night fell, I realized the forest had changed. The usual nighttime sounds, the wind in the trees, the distant call of an owl, had been replaced by a kind of muffled, uneven silence. Occasionally, I would hear a sharp crack from somewhere in the darkness, like a branch breaking under weight, but it never repeated in a pattern that made sense. I could not see anything beyond the fog, and the feeling of being watched was suffocating. It was during this night that the first incident occurred. I was sleeping on the creaking bed when I felt the floor beneath me shift, not like the normal settling, but a distinct movement, as if someone or something heavy had walked across the room. My eyes shot open. The cabin was pitch dark, but I could see the faint outline of the walls in the moonlight filtering through the fogged window. I froze, straining to hear any sound, and then, from the corner near the door, a soft scraping noise, barely audible, like claws dragging along the wood floor. My heart was hammering, my hands shaking as I reached for the flashlight. I clicked it on, and the beam cut through the darkness. There was nothing. I convinced myself it was an animal, perhaps a raccoon or something small that had gotten in through a gap in the walls. I checked the cabin carefully, flashlight sweeping every corner, every shadow. Nothing. The window was latched, the door locked, and no sign of entry. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I slept fitfully after that, leaving the light on and positioning my bag near the door as a buffer. The next day, I tried to continue as normal, chopping firewood, fetching water, and organizing supplies. But small things began to go missing. A can of beans I distinctly remembered placing on the shelf. A single boot I left near the door. Each time I found them, they had been moved slightly, never far, but enough to make me question whether I was forgetting or if someone or something was inside the cabin when I wasn't looking. I considered calling for help, but the lack of signal made that impossible. The isolation, which had seemed appealing, was now oppressive. By the third day, I realized I had underestimated the forest. The isolation was not merely quiet. It was alive. Every shadow seemed to shift when I looked away. Every rustle, every small sound was amplified into something threatening. My nerves were taut, my body reacting before my mind could rationalize. I began barricading the doors more securely, stacking furniture near the windows, checking the locks repeatedly. I even began sleeping with a large piece of firewood beside me, my eyes scanning the shadows for movement. Then, late in the afternoon, I saw him, or rather, I saw the evidence. Outside the cabin, partially hidden in the fog, were footprints leading from the tree-line to the cabin's porch. They were large, human, but the gait was awkward, uneven, like someone was injured or trying to be silent. My stomach dropped. I had been alone, and yet someone had been watching, waiting, and had possibly entered the cabin when I wasn't present. The thought that someone had been inside, moving my things, observing me, sent waves of panic through me. I spent the next hours moving quietly, peering through gaps in the fog, trying to catch a glimpse of the person. I did not see them. Night fell again, heavier this time, the fog curling thicker than before. I slept lightly, clutching the firewood like a lifeline. Around midnight, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate, then a faint scratching on the doorframe. I stayed still, barely breathing, heart hammering in my chest. The noise stopped after a few minutes, as if whoever it was had retreated, and I did not dare move until dawn. When the first light came, I packed hastily. I knew I had to leave. I gathered my supplies, shoved them into the car, and set off down the path. The forest was silent once more, and the fog had lifted slightly, revealing tire tracks beside the cabin. Additional tracks, smaller, like someone had been pacing near the car while I slept. I drove carefully, glancing in the rearview mirror, constantly scanning the treeline, expecting to see a figure following me. But the path was empty, the trees still, the forest holding its secrets tightly. I had been planning the trip for months, though I hadn't realized how unprepared I was until I was standing in the middle of the dense woods, my pack pressing uncomfortably against my shoulders and the gravel path I had been following disappearing into a thick, tangled wall of trees. The cabin had seemed so inviting in the pictures, isolated but sturdy, perched on the edge of a small, fog-covered lake. I had imagined quiet evenings with a fire crackling in the stone fireplace, the scent of pine from the surrounding forest drifting in through the open windows, and a sense of complete detachment from the world I had left behind. But the reality was nothing like the photographs or the brochures. The map I had brought was creased and confusing, and cell service had dropped out as soon as I passed the last marker for the paved road. Even GPS had become unreliable, showing only a pulsing blue dot stuck in a dark void, as though the woods themselves refused to acknowledge my presence. I pushed through the underbrush, the branches scratching at my jacket and the soles of my boots sinking into the wet, mossy ground. The air smelled damp and earthy, with a hint of decaying leaves and something else I couldn't identify. The forest was alive in a way that was both beautiful and unnerving. Birds called occasionally, but their songs seemed muted, as if filtered through the weight of the tall, dense trees. Small animals rustled in the undergrowth, and every snap of a twig beneath my feet made my heart jump. I realized quickly that the isolation I had sought was absolute. I could not see another human, hear a car, or even make out the distant sound of the wind through the taller pines. It was only me and the forest. After hours of walking, dragging my pack over fallen logs and around tangled roots, I finally caught a glimpse of the cabin. It was partially obscured by a cluster of dark green conifers, its wooden exterior worn and darkened by weather, the roof sagging slightly in the middle. The porch boards were warped, and the windows reflected the surrounding trees like dark mirrors. I felt a shiver run down my spine, not from the cold, which was noticeable, but from the uncanny stillness that surrounded it. The cabin looked abandoned, or at least forgotten. Yet, as I approached, I could see a small wisp of smoke curling from the chimney. Someone or something was here. I set my pack down on the uneven ground and took a careful look around. There were no visible footprints in the damp soil or mud, no tire tracks on any nearby path. Whoever had lit that fire had arrived silently, and their presence unsettled me. But I was tired, my legs aching, and my throat dry from hours of straining through the forest. My curiosity outweighed caution, and I stepped onto the warped wooden boards of the porch. The smoke smelled faintly of burning pine needles, which made me uneasy. It was a scent that felt natural in the forest, but at the same time, it was strangely out of place in the deserted, quiet surroundings. Inside, the cabin was dim but functional. Dust lay thick on surfaces, and cobwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling, but the fire had been carefully tended. It flickered low in the fireplace, casting long shadows across the rough-hewn walls. The air was cold and stale, but there was enough residual warmth from the fire to be tolerable. I set my pack down by the door and cautiously examined the interior. A small kitchen area showed signs of recent use. A pot on the stove, faint ash in the sink, and an empty food tin on the counter. The living area had a threadbare rug, a few chairs with torn upholstery, and a low table, dusted but functional. The bedroom was small, A single mattress on a wooden frame, a blanket folded at the foot. The bathroom was simple, a sink and toilet with a small supply of water, though I suspected the plumbing was unreliable. I tried to convince myself that someone had come and gone while I was on my way here, but the more I looked, the less sense it made. The footprints in the dirt leading to the cabin were faint or absent, and the fire, though smoldering, had no recent disturbances around it. It was as if someone had prepared this place to be used but had vanished without a trace. I felt my stomach tighten. The isolation that had once felt enticing now pressed against me like a weight, thick and suffocating. I had wanted solitude, but this was different. This was a place that demanded caution. Hours passed. I moved carefully, checking doors and windows, noticing details I had missed before. Scratches on the floorboards near the fireplace, small dents in the wooden walls, faint marks on the windowsills as though someone had reached through the glass at some point. I found nothing overtly threatening, but the hints of recent presence gnawed at my mind. The forest outside pressed in with a constant rustle and sigh, the sound of leaves moving without wind, and the occasional snap of a distant branch. Shadows deepened, and the once faint light from the sky disappeared entirely, leaving the cabin in a darkness that felt denser than mere night. I forced myself to rest. Laying on the thin mattress, I felt the tension in my body slowly unwind, though I remained alert. Every creak of the cabin, every shifting sound from outside, made my heart jump. I realized that I had not truly anticipated being alone here, surrounded by complete silence except for the occasional unpredictable sounds of the forest. The stillness was heavy, almost physical. I drifted in and out of uneasy sleep, waking intermittently to listen to the quiet, checking the windows and doors, feeling the cold air creep through cracks in the wooden frame. In the early hours of the morning, I woke fully to the sound of a branch snapping very close to the cabin. My heart raced as I pulled myself upright, straining my ears. The forest was dark, and the cabin windows reflected only shadows. I could hear breathing, or was it the wind through the trees? And I forced myself to remain calm. The forest was alive, and I was acutely aware that I was vulnerable here, isolated, without immediate access to help or escape. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood and held it across my lap, the weight of it oddly comforting. I spent the rest of the night in cycles of tense alertness and restless dozing. At some point, daylight came, pale and gray through the trees, and I finally allowed myself to move outside. I needed to understand my surroundings, to assess what was around the cabin and how easy or difficult it would be to leave if necessary. The forest was denser than I had imagined, with fallen trees, thick underbrush, and uneven ground. Any path that might have existed was barely discernible, and I realized I had severely underestimated the effort it would take to navigate it. I decided to stay near the cabin, marking my position with small sticks and scratches in the dirt to remember the best path to follow if I needed to leave. As the day progressed, I scavenged what I could from the cabin. There was limited food, but enough to sustain me temporarily. I refilled water bottles from the small rain collection bucket outside, noting that it would not last long without regular rain. I began making mental plans for leaving, considering my physical condition and the state of the surrounding woods. Every decision had to be cautious. I inspected the perimeter of the cabin, checking for natural hazards, unstable trees, loose rocks, and potential threats from wildlife. A bear could easily be in the area, though I had seen no direct evidence. I felt a growing appreciation for the thin line separating comfort from danger here. As night fell again, I prepared differently. I barricaded the cabin doors with heavy furniture, stacked firewood near windows, and made sure I had multiple exit routes if I needed to leave quickly. The wind had picked up, and the sounds of the forest seemed louder and more ominous, branches scratching against the walls and leaves swirling across the ground. My mind created shapes and figures in the shadows, but I reminded myself constantly that these were products of fatigue and imagination. The fear I felt was physical and real, but the threats were mostly logical. Isolation, exposure, and lack of resources. Days passed in a tense rhythm. I rationed food and water, maintained the fire, and kept careful watch over the surroundings. I noticed signs of wildlife but no other humans. Occasionally, I would find small disturbances near the cabin, broken twigs, displaced leaves, but always far enough to prevent immediate danger. I realized that the forest itself was unpredictable, and my presence here required constant vigilance. Every action had to be measured, moving quietly, storing firewood safely, keeping water clean. Each decision had weight, and mistakes could be costly. On the third day, I resolved to leave. I had enough energy, and I had carefully traced a path that I believed would lead back to the gravel road. I packed my supplies, taking only the essentials, and double-checked my planned route. The forest seemed less intimidating in daylight, though still challenging. I moved cautiously, marking my path as I had done near the cabin. Hours passed as I navigated through dense brush, uneven terrain, and steep inclines. I felt the strain in every muscle, but also a growing confidence. I had adapted to the forest, observing its rhythms and signs. I listened for water sources, noted animal tracks, I didn't plan on spending the night in the cabin that first time, but everything fell into place in a way I hadn't expected. I had been driving alone through the back roads of northern Maine, looking for a break from work and the constant hum of city life. I wasn't particularly experienced with wilderness trips. I liked hiking occasionally and had spent a few weekends in state parks, but this was something different. I wanted isolation, and I found a small wooden cabin tucked deep into the woods, miles off the main road. It was old, obviously not maintained for years, but it had charm. The sign at the edge of the driveway said, "Private, but available for short-term rentals," with a phone number scribbled beneath it. I called, and an older man answered in a rough voice. He didn't say much, just a few instructions and the warning that the nearest town was more than 30 miles away. I agreed. I wanted quiet, and I was certain I could handle it. I arrived at the cabin as the sun began to sink behind the dense forest. The trees cast long shadows, and the air smelled of wet leaves and decaying wood. The gravel driveway crunched under my tires as I drove closer. The cabin itself was small, built from dark-stained logs, with a tin roof that looked rusty from a distance. There was a small porch with 2 wooden chairs leaning against the wall, and a rope swing hanging from a large pine tree nearby. The windows were grimy but mostly intact. I parked, got out, and looked around. The silence was almost physical. No birds sang, no wind stirred through the trees, nothing except the faint hum of insects that had yet to settle for the night. Inside, the cabin was dusty and smelled strongly of mildew and old wood. Cobwebs hung in corners, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. There was a small kitchen area with a rusty stove, a sink with a tiny cabinet below it, and a counter that looked like it hadn't been wiped in years. The main room had a table and 2 chairs, and a small wood-burning stove that was cool to the touch. A single bedroom was off to the side, with a bed that had a thin mattress and threadbare blankets. I unpacked my bag, setting my flashlight, a bottle of water, and a few canned foods on the table. I had also brought a small first aid kit, extra batteries, and a pocket knife just in case. I started exploring the surrounding area just before dark. The forest around the cabin was thick with pine, birch, and spruce, the ground littered with fallen branches and needles. Every step made a sound that felt louder than it should have. I noticed animal tracks in the mud, probably deer or smaller creatures, but some looked odd, like a large canine or even a wolf. I shrugged it off. The wilderness was full of animals, but as night fell, the feeling of being watched settled into my chest. It wasn't loud or obvious, just a quiet sense that something was moving in the dark beyond the reach of my flashlight. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay on the thin mattress, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind picked up, whistling through gaps in the logs and rustling the trees outside. Somewhere far away, a branch snapped sharply, followed by another, then another. My imagination ran wild. I told myself it was just a deer or some other animal, but each sound made me turn over, clutching the thin blanket closer. I kept thinking about what I had read in hiking forums, about how easily someone could get trapped in the woods, how quickly an accident could become life-threatening when you were alone and far from help. Around midnight, I heard a low growl. It wasn't human, My stomach twisted. I froze, listening. The growl came again, closer this time. I switched on my flashlight and pointed it out the window, but all I saw was darkness, the trees swaying slightly. The beam of the light caught something moving, a large, dark shape slipping behind a tree. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my pocket knife and stepped quietly to the door, listening. Nothing moved after that, or at least nothing I could hear. I stayed awake the rest of the night, checking the windows and doors, imagining eyes watching me from the darkness. The next morning, I decided to explore the area further in daylight. I packed a small backpack with water, food, and my knife. I left the cabin and followed a narrow trail that I had noticed the night before, which seemed to wind deeper into the forest. The trees were thicker here, and the sunlight barely touched the ground. I noticed broken branches at odd angles, marks in the bark that suggested animals with sharp claws, and scuff marks in the dirt that could have been human or animal. My mind kept shifting back and forth between rational explanations and the creeping feeling that I wasn't alone. I told myself I was overthinking, but the unease stayed. By afternoon, I realized I had gone further than I intended. The trail had disappeared under leaf litter, and I couldn't recognize any landmarks. Panic started to rise. I knew I had to turn back, but as I tried to retrace my steps, I kept running into areas that looked vaguely familiar but not exact. The sun was sinking faster now, and shadows stretched between the trees, making everything look alien. That's when I heard it again. A branch snapping, low and deliberate, somewhere behind me. I stopped. The sound wasn't consistent with deer or wolves. Whoever or whatever was out there was large and moving carefully. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breathing quiet. I considered running, but I knew running blindly through dense woods was even more dangerous. I found a fallen log and crouched behind it, trying to make myself small, listening. My ears picked up the faint crunch of leaves and dirt. The sounds circled, moving slowly around me. Time stretched. My mind raced with everything I had learned about animal behavior and human predators. I didn't hear any voices, but I could feel someone, or some animal, watching me. Hours could have passed in that crouched position. Couldn't tell. When the noise finally faded, I cautiously started moving back the way I thought I had come, marking trees with small scratches on the bark so I wouldn't get lost again. The forest had changed entirely in the dimming light. Every shadow became a potential threat, and my nerves were frayed. I stumbled over a root and fell, scraping my knee. Pain flared, and I cursed myself silently. I forced myself to stand, taking deep breaths to calm down. I wasn't sure if I would ever make it back to the cabin at this point, but I kept moving, trusting my memory of the route. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I spotted the edge of the clearing where the cabin sat. Relief washed over me, a mixture of exhaustion, fear, and sheer gratitude. The cabin was dark, silent, and seemingly safe. I ran the last few yards, almost collapsing through the door. I locked it behind me, checked every window, and sat on the floor against the wall, letting myself breathe. I was trembling, sweat and grime on my clothes, my hands shaking so badly I could barely open my water bottle. That night, I stayed awake again, but this time I was more methodical. I blocked the windows with anything I could find, stacked chairs against the door, and made sure my flashlight and knife were within reach. Every sound outside made my heart leap, but I had a plan now. I knew how vulnerable I had been the previous night and what it felt like to be completely unprepared. I wrote notes to myself about which doors to check, which windows were weak, and how I could escape if necessary. I realized fear wasn't just a feeling, it was a tool, something I could use to stay alert. By morning, I felt slightly more confident, though still cautious. I spent the day inspecting the cabin, fixing minor issues with the door latch, and checking the surrounding trees for any signs of recent movement. I realized that, despite the fear, I had learned a lot about the wilderness, about reading tracks, and about staying aware of my surroundings. I also realized that being alone meant being responsible for everything, your safety, your food, your route. The forest didn't forgive mistakes. On the third day, I decided to leave. I packed quickly, leaving the cabin cleaner than I found it, wiping surfaces, stacking firewood neatly, and closing every window. I double-checked the doors, retraced my route back to the main road, and finally saw my car waiting. Sitting behind the wheel, I felt a deep sense of relief and accomplishment. I had survived the isolation, the fear, and the uncertainty. I drove slowly, taking in every detail of the road, the trees, the light, knowing that I would never take the safety of civilization for granted again. Even months later, I remember the sounds of that forest. The snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant growl that might have been nothing but might have been something, and the lessons I learned in that cabin. I didn't need supernatural horrors to feel fear. Real danger, the kind that is silent, patient, and invisible, is more terrifying than anything made up. And surviving it, while exhausting, leaves you stronger, sharper, and aware in a way you can't achieve any other way. That cabin in the woods taught me that fear and preparation go hand in hand, and that sometimes the scariest experiences are the ones you live through and walk away from with your mind and body intact. I had been looking forward to the weekend all month. The idea of getting away from the city, the constant noise and stress, and retreating into the woods had been calling me for weeks. I had rented a small cabin tucked away in a remote part of the mountains, a place that promised solitude and silence, at least in theory. When I arrived, the drive had been long and winding, the last few miles along a gravel road that had slowly deteriorated into a narrow dirt track overgrown with weeds and lined with thick, leaning trees. It was mid-afternoon, but the forest canopy made it feel like dusk, shadows shifting in strange angles across the path. Every turn brought more tension, a kind of nervous anticipation that I tried to convince myself was excitement. The cabin itself was older than I expected, made of rough-hewn logs, weathered gray with a tin roof that had patches of rust. It wasn't luxurious or even particularly clean, but it had what I needed: a wood stove, a small kitchen area, a single bedroom, and enough space to stretch out. There was no electricity, no internet, no cell signal. I realized quickly that this was not going to be a weekend of comfort. I parked the car in front and unloaded my gear, backpack, sleeping bag, lanterns, food, and water. The air smelled sharp, clean, and damp. Pine needles and wet leaves crunched underfoot. The mountains around me rose steeply, jagged and imposing, covered in thick green forests that seemed to close in on the cabin like a wall. I spent the first few hours walking around the perimeter, inspecting the cabin, making sure the wood stove worked, that the locks on the doors were functional, that the windows didn't rattle when the wind picked up. Everything was functional, though not perfect. I felt a faint unease, a subtle tension, but I brushed it aside, telling myself I was just being jumpy. It was normal to feel small in the middle of the woods. It was normal to feel like someone or something might be watching. The problem was, I wasn't sure if that feeling would ever really leave. That night, I made a fire in the wood stove, the smell of burning pine filling the room. I ate a simple dinner, canned beans heated over the stove, a small piece of bread, and some water. Outside, the wind picked up, and the trees began to sway, branches scratching against one another. The sound was sharp, sudden, like fingernails on wood. I lay on the small bed, trying to read a book by lantern light, but I couldn't focus. Every shadow in the room seemed to twitch in the corner of my vision. Every crack in the floor sounded like a footstep. The longer I lay there, the more aware I became of how small and fragile the cabin felt compared to the forest outside. Around midnight, the wind grew stronger. It wasn't a storm, exactly, just sudden gusts that rattled the windows and shook the walls. I had insulated the cabin as best as I could, but the drafts whistled through the gaps in the logs. That's when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, the sound of branches snapping in the darkness, the creak of a tree leaning too far. Then I realized it was something else. Footsteps, slow, deliberate on the dirt outside. Not near the cabin, but in the clearing around it. They weren't running, just walking, circling. I froze. My heartbeat spiked. There was no one else around for miles. The nearest neighbor was at least an hour's hike. I could see nothing through the darkness, but the sound was clear. Someone was out there. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. I considered calling the police, but there was no signal. I considered hiding somewhere, but the cabin was tiny. There was nowhere to hide. I grabbed a small hatchet from the kitchen shelf, one of those old, heavy tools meant for chopping kindling, and sat on the bed, waiting. The footsteps continued for what felt like hours, circling the cabin, sometimes pausing, sometimes moving again. Every now and then, I thought I could hear something else. A soft scrape against the cabin wall, a faint breathing. My mind tried to rationalize it. Could be a deer, maybe a bear, though the size and rhythm of the steps didn't fit. Could be some other animal. But it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate, human. By morning, the sounds stopped. The forest was silent except for the occasional bird or the distant rustle of leaves. I didn't sleep at all, barely closed my eyes. When I stepped outside, there was no one. No footprints, no broken branches, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. The ground was soft and wet from the night dew, and any tracks that might have existed would have been washed away. I told myself it was probably just the wind or my imagination. I hoped it was my imagination. The next day, I tried to relax. I went for a walk down the narrow trail that led away from the cabin, hoping that exercise and sunlight would calm me. The trail was overgrown in places, slippery with moss and fallen leaves. I kept my hatchet close. I moved quietly, listening to the forest, looking for any signs of life. It was beautiful in a harsh, overwhelming way, but every shadow seemed too dark, every noise too sharp. I found a small creek, water rushing over stones, and I drank and refilled my water bottle. The sound of the creek was soothing. For a few hours, I felt a little more at ease, almost normal. That evening, as I returned to the cabin, I noticed something different. The door, which I had locked in the morning, was slightly ajar. I could swear I had locked it. My stomach dropped. I approached carefully, hatchet raised, listening. Nothing. I stepped inside. Everything was in place, nothing appeared stolen, nothing moved. But the small firewood pile by the stove had been disturbed. A few logs had been knocked over. Someone had been in the cabin. But there was no sign of them now. I spent the night in a state of constant tension. Every noise amplified. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made me jump. I barely slept, using the hatchet as a kind of talisman against whatever might come. I realized that no one could reach me quickly, but that didn't make it any less frightening. I was isolated, alone, and I had no real protection except for this small, vulnerable cabin and my own awareness. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed my things quickly, moving in a nervous, rushed way. I double-checked the cabin, locked the doors, and left. The drive back down the dirt road felt even longer, even more oppressive. Every shadow in the trees seemed to watch me, every rustle of leaves like someone following behind. When I finally reached the main road, the safety of the open asphalt, the distance from the forest, I felt a wave of relief, though it was shallow. The memory of the footsteps, the disturbed firewood, would stay with me. Back in the city, I told myself it was over, that nothing had actually happened, that maybe I had imagined parts of it. But the fear didn't leave completely. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, watching me, and that I had narrowly escaped. I never went back to that cabin, never stayed alone in the woods again. I told myself that sometimes isolation can make your mind play tricks, that stress and fear can make the ordinary seem threatening. But I knew the truth. I had been very close to someone, something human, real, dangerous, while completely exposed and alone. Over time, I realized I had learned something about myself. I had learned how quickly fear can overwhelm rational thought, how the mind can fixate on threats when you feel vulnerable. I had learned how important preparation is, how small mistakes or oversights can leave you exposed. And I had learned that even in places that seem safe, even in quiet cabins in the middle of the forest, there is always the possibility that something is lurking nearby, testing you, observing you. I never stopped appreciating nature, the beauty of the woods, the sound of a creek or the smell of pine after rain. But I became cautious in a way I never had been before. I learned to respect solitude, but also to respect the fact that it can be dangerous if you aren't careful. In the end, I kept the memory not as a horror story, but as a lesson. I started taking precautions. Extra locks, emergency gear, maps, and making sure someone knew exactly where I was going when I ventured into the woods. I still hiked, I still camped, but I never stayed completely alone again. The forest had taught me something about fear, vigilance, and survival. And though I never forgot that night at the cabin, I never let it control me. I accepted it, learned from it, and moved forward, a little wiser, a little more careful, but still in love with the wild, even if it was a wild that could be dangerous and unpredictable. I had been planning this solo cabin trip for months. The idea was simple: get away from the noise of the city, disconnect from work, from people, from everything that had been wearing me down. I wanted a week of quiet, of just being alone with nature, to think and breathe without interruption. The cabin I rented was deep in the forest, far from any main road, the kind of place where cell service barely existed, if at all. The owner had sent me directions by email, emphasizing that the final stretch was a dirt track, barely maintained, and that I should bring extra supplies because there was no nearby town for at least 20 miles. I didn't mind that. In fact, it was exactly what I wanted. The drive was long, more than 6 hours from my city apartment, but the further I went, the quieter it became. By the time I reached the turnoff for the forest trail, the paved road was gone. My car rumbled over dirt and gravel, kicking up dust that hung in the air, the kind that made everything feel muted, like the world was being softened around the edges. Trees grew close to the road, tall pines and oaks, casting long shadows in the late afternoon light. I could feel the temperature drop as I drove, the air smelling of pine and earth, and for the first time in months, I felt that tension in my shoulders start to ease. I reached the cabin just as the sun was dipping below the horizon. The structure was simple, small, made of dark wood, with a stone chimney and a covered porch. It looked solid, safe, and oddly lonely, surrounded on all sides by trees. There were no other cabins nearby, just the forest stretching endlessly in every direction. I parked my car and got out, letting the silence wash over me. It was so quiet I could hear the wind moving through the treetops, the distant sound of a stream, and the faint rustle of animals moving in the underbrush. Inside, the cabin was sparse but comfortable. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, a couch, and a bedroom with a bed that looked surprisingly soft and clean. There was a small pile of firewood next to the stove, enough to last the week if I was careful. I unpacked my bag, making a mental note of the exits, checking the locks on the doors and windows. Everything seemed secure. I decided to make a fire before night fully settled, and I was thankful for the warmth it provided, the way it crackled and filled the cabin with a comforting orange glow. Outside, the darkness was nearly absolute, a black so dense it seemed to swallow any shape that might move in the shadows. I settled in for the night, reading a book by the fire until I finally fell asleep, the quiet of the forest acting like a balm on my frayed nerves. I woke in the middle of the night to a sound I couldn't immediately place. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A scratching, rhythmic, coming from outside. My heart jumped, but I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or a deer moving through the underbrush. Still, I lay awake for a long time, listening as the sound repeated at irregular intervals. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted back into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I went outside to survey the area around the cabin. There was a small clearing, surrounded by trees, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves and pine needles. The sun was higher now, filtering through the branches in thin streams, casting moving shadows on the forest floor. I noticed that near the edge of the clearing, there were signs that someone, or something, had been there recently. Footprints, partially obscured by leaves, led toward the trees and disappeared into the shadows. I felt a small chill, but I brushed it off. The forest was home to many creatures, and tracks were normal. I spent the day gathering firewood, exploring a short trail that led to a small stream, and generally trying to enjoy the solitude. By mid-afternoon, I was back at the cabin, sweating and tired, and I decided to rest for a while. That was when I noticed something strange. The front door, which I had locked that morning, was slightly ajar. My pulse quickened, and I approached slowly, careful not to make any noise. The lock was still intact, no signs of forced entry, and yet the door had clearly been opened. I stepped inside, scanning the cabin. Nothing appeared to be disturbed. Nothing was missing. The bed was untouched, the kitchen clean, my bag still where I had left it. I tried to convince myself it was just a gust of wind, though the cabin was not drafty and the door had been closed securely. I locked it again and decided to check the windows. Every window was closed and locked, and I made sure to double-check the latches. Even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something had been close enough to open my door while I was away. The sun began to set, and I lit the fire again, keeping the cabin bathed in light as I tried to settle my nerves. Night came quickly, and with it, the scratching returned. This time it was louder, more deliberate, circling the cabin. I sat near the fire, trying to ignore it, telling myself it was a raccoon or a wild dog, but the pattern didn't match any animal I knew. It moved with purpose, stopping and starting, moving along the edges of the cabin and then retreating into the darkness. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot, the subtle snapping of small branches. It went on for hours. I did not sleep. I stayed by the fire, watching the shadows outside the windows, waiting for the sound to stop, which it never did until dawn. When the light came, I left the cabin carefully, walking around the perimeter. There were clear footprints, large, human-like, circling the cabin twice. They were sloppy, as if the person had been moving quickly, and then they disappeared into the forest. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. Someone had been here, right at the edge of my isolation, close enough to open my door and leave prints without me noticing. I considered leaving immediately, driving back to the main road, but then I realized my car was parked on the dirt track, a long way from any help. Leaving alone could be dangerous too. I decided to be cautious and stayed inside the cabin during the day, keeping the doors locked and the windows covered with whatever I could find. I watched the forest from inside, noting every movement, every sound. I rationed my food carefully, avoided unnecessary trips outside, and stayed alert. Each night, the scratching returned, always moving, always circling, testing me. I stopped leaving the fire unattended. I kept knives at hand, and I found a large crowbar in the corner of the storage area, keeping it close. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide someone. By the third night, I could barely tell what time it was. The forest had become a pressure cooker of fear. The scratching was accompanied by other sounds now. Distant footsteps, twigs snapping under weight, leaves rustling in the underbrush. I started keeping a journal, documenting the timing of the sounds, trying to find a pattern, some explanation. It was exhausting. My mind constantly cycled between rational explanations and fear-driven thoughts. I had no way to contact anyone reliably. Cell service was intermittent at best, and I had no internet. I was entirely on my own. Then, one afternoon, I heard my car engine. I froze, heart hammering. Someone was driving up the dirt track. I rushed to the window, trying to make out details through the trees. It was another person approaching slowly. I realized with relief that it wasn't the same person who had been circling my cabin. It was someone else. They stopped 100 feet away, got out, and started walking toward the cabin. I considered staying inside, but the stranger seemed harmless, waving their arms to get my attention. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside. It turned out the person was a local park ranger, making rounds in the forest. I explained my situation, showing them the footprints, describing the scratching, the open door. They nodded seriously, their expression calm but concerned. They told me it was likely a poacher or a transient who had been moving through the area, and that it was unusual for someone to approach a cabin directly, but not impossible. They advised me to leave immediately and escorted me back to my car, checking the area for any signs of recent human activity. I drove out, hands shaking on the wheel, adrenaline coursing through me, constantly glancing in the rearview mirror at the forest, expecting to see someone following. The ranger followed behind for a while to make sure I reached the main road safely. When I finally hit the paved road, the tension in my body began to release. I called the cabin owner and explained everything. They were shocked and promised to inspect the property, but I didn't go back. I didn't need the quiet that badly anymore. I had learned that the forest, while beautiful, could be dangerously unpredictable when someone else was watching. When I finally got home, I slept for nearly 20 hours straight. I unpacked my things, washed my clothes, and started planning ways to be safer in the future. I realized that preparation isn't just about supplies or planning a route. It's about anticipating human unpredictability as well. I also learned to respect solitude, but never to assume it is ever completely. I had been planning this trip for months, almost obsessively. The idea of being alone in the wilderness, away from cities, roads, and people, had consumed me for weeks before I even packed my bag. I didn't want a crowded campsite or a tourist cabin with noise and televisions. I wanted a small, isolated cabin tucked deep into the forest, somewhere that only a few people had ever been. The internet listing had promised seclusion, a place where the only sounds were wind, birds, and the trees. I was drawn to the silence, thinking it would be peaceful, meditative even. I didn't think about how empty and quiet could also be dangerous. The drive was long, and the roads narrowed the closer I got. Asphalt turned to gravel, gravel into dirt, and eventually, the path was little more than a rutted track carved between dense trees. The last mile I had to walk, dragging my backpack and a small cooler. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, sharp and clean, but the silence was heavy. No cars, no people, nothing moving but birds and the occasional rustle of a squirrel. The sun was already low when I reached the cabin, peeking through the thick canopy, leaving the forest floor dappled with orange light. The cabin itself was small, made of rough wood logs, and looked older than it appeared in the listing. The roof had moss creeping along the edges, and the windows were dusty. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled faintly of mold and wood smoke. A fireplace dominated the main room, and a simple wooden table with 2 chairs sat in the middle. A tiny kitchen was tucked into one corner, with a small stove and a sink. There were 2 rooms off the main area, each with a bed. It was simple, but it was mine for the next few days. I set my backpack down and began unpacking. I checked the firewood stacked outside the cabin, making sure it would be enough. I didn't know exactly how cold it would get at night, but I knew that in the mountains, temperatures could drop fast. By the time I had a small fire going in the fireplace, the sky was fully dark, and the forest had transformed into a shadowed maze of trees. The first night was quiet, almost unbearably so. The forest around the cabin felt alive, but it was not alive in a comforting way. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves sounded enormous in the silence. I fell asleep uneasy, but I kept telling myself it was just my imagination. The next morning, I woke early, planning to explore the area. I put on my hiking boots, grabbed a small backpack with water, snacks, a map, and a flashlight and stepped outside. The forest was beautiful, even in the shadowed early light. Birds called to each other, and sunlight pierced the treetops, creating streams of light across the forest floor. I followed a small path that led away from the cabin, noting landmarks in case I needed to find my way back. By midday, I had walked farther than I expected. The trail narrowed, twisted, and sometimes disappeared entirely under fallen leaves. That's when I noticed the first sign that I wasn't completely alone. Animal tracks, maybe a deer or a small bear, led across the path. I didn't think much of it at first. Wildlife was normal in the forest. But then I saw something that made my stomach tighten. Broken branches, as if someone or something had been moving quickly through the trees, not following a trail, just cutting through the underbrush. I tried to convince myself it was just animals, but a creeping unease settled in. The forest felt heavier, darker. The wind carried a different sound now, like faint snapping and rustling behind me. Every time I stopped, I thought I could hear movement. I tried to keep calm, keeping my pace steady, but I began noticing more signs. A tree trunk scratched with deep grooves, footprints that didn't match any animal I knew. My gut tightened. I returned to the cabin, unnerved. By the time I reached it, the sun had begun to set again. I locked the door and windows as best I could. I checked my supplies, made sure the fire was solid, and ate a quick dinner. The forest outside was black now, and every sound seemed amplified. The wind whipping the branches, distant animal calls, even the crackling of the fire inside felt loud. I tried to read, but my mind wouldn't settle. Every noise outside made me tense. That night was worse than the first. Around midnight, I woke to a sound at the edge of the cabin. It was soft at first, just a faint scraping, but it was deliberate. Something was moving around outside. My heart raced, and I realized I hadn't fully checked the locks. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it around, but the beam hit nothing. The forest beyond was deep darkness, and I could barely see a few feet beyond the firelight. The noise stopped. I told myself it was a branch or an animal, but the instinct to fear, the primal sense that I was not alone, kept me awake. I decided I couldn't stay still. I grabbed a small hatchet I had brought for firewood, sat by the window and watched. Hours passed. The wind changed. Something shifted in the darkness, movement where there should have been none. I glimpsed it, someone moving between the trees. Not a deer, not an animal. Person. Someone was out there watching the cabin. My hands shook as I held the hatchet. I considered leaving, but the woods were dark, and I didn't know the way back. My map was useless without light. The person outside didn't make a sound after that, but I didn't sleep at all. Morning came gray and cold. I debated leaving, but I needed light and the courage to navigate. I packed my bag quickly and left the cabin, sticking to the main path. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see the figure, but I didn't. The forest seemed normal in the light, peaceful even. But the unease didn't leave me. Every sound seemed amplified. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. I walked faster, my heart still pounding. By noon, I came to a river. It was wide with a strong current. I remembered seeing it on the map. It could be followed downstream to a small road. I decided to take that route. The river made a constant noise, which oddly helped calm me. I kept moving along the bank, stepping carefully on rocks and mud. Then I heard it again, a crunching step behind me. I froze. There was no time to think, just a reflex. I turned and swung my hatchet, but there was nothing. I ran, adrenaline pushing me faster, slipping on wet rocks, cutting my hands and arms, but I didn't stop. Hours later, exhausted and bleeding, I spotted a clearing. A small cabin appeared in the distance, by the side of the road. I ran toward it, waving my arms, hoping someone was inside. A man came out, startled, but when he saw my state, he helped me inside. He gave me water, cleaned my cuts, and called the local authorities. I explained as best as I could, though the words felt inadequate. They took me to safety, and later, when they returned to my original cabin, they found evidence that someone had been living in the woods nearby, hidden, observing anyone who passed through. They had a small campsite, traps, and belongings, nothing violent yet, but certainly intended to watch and maybe ambush. In the weeks after, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest, once a dream of solitude, had become a memory of fear, but I had survived. I had trusted my instincts, noticed the subtle signs, and left before it could escalate. I learned that isolation is beautiful but dangerous, and that human threats are often closer than we think, lurking quietly in places where we feel safe. I never went back to that cabin, but I kept hiking in safer places, aware of the risks and more attentive than ever. I had faced fear alone and survived it, and that clarity, the realization that danger can exist in the most beautiful places and that being alert can save your life, stayed with me.